I promise you, this is a lot though. But my name is Adam Fletcher. My name is Adam Fletcher. I'm the community lead for the Diablo franchise. Of course, I'm joined by a wonderful panel here, plus one other who is off camera and will be jumping in. We have Charles Dunn, who's a game designer on Diablo 4, Mr. Joe Shelley, who is the game director of Diablo 4, and Mr. Joe Paipora, who's the associate game director of Diablo 4.
Hello.
And we will be joined by Adam Jackson, who's the lead class designer of Diablo 4, before we get to the class-specific information that we're going to share today. But I know Joe wanted to jump in, talk a little bit about some of the things we're going to be talking about today, and then we will go through a plethora of changes coming to Diablo 4, and of course, details about the first ever PTR, Public Test Realm, for D4. And for people who don't know, Public Test Realm is kind of like a private server where players can actually end up playing early content and test that out and provide feedback to us. So we'll go through all the details on that as well. But Mr. Joe Shelley, want to kick it off?
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, so I want to frame this update. This is a Season 4 update. We're going to talk a lot about systems here. And I wanted to do a little bit of framing. When we think about Diablo, right? Diablo is an ARPG. Everybody knows what an ARPG is, right? It's an action role-playing game. But it's such a broad category, right? You have lots of games that are ARPGs. Like a game like Hollow Knight, for example, is an ARPG, but it's also a Metroidvania, right? Or a game like Hades, which is an ARPG, but it's also a roguelike. Or something like Elden Ring, which is an ARPG, but it's also a Souls-like, right? So when you think about what is Diablo and what is Diablo 4, you could call it a Diablo-like, sure. But another way to describe it would be as a systems ARPG, right? An SARPG. And so what distinguishes this kind of game from those other games that are in the same space, that are all ARPGs, right? And it's really about when you're making decisions and what the most important decisions you're making are. The most important decisions in a game like this are the decisions you're making before combat, between combat. Decisions you make in combat are important too, but those are the ones that are the most important. Action combat, RPG elements, and systems are all foundational elements of any ARPG. But in a systems ARPG, the systems in particular, including the end game, itemization, things like crafting, those are what comprise the soul of the game. And they're the lifeblood of a game like Diablo 4, and they don't just have to be deep, but also lush, prolific, exciting. So as many of you know, we've been designing this update for a while. We're putting it on the PTR because it's important, and it's important to get it right, like Adam was saying. And everything that you'll hear about today is from that S part of the SARPG, the soul of it. Joe, Adam, and Charles are going to take you through the changes, all the changes, in detail. And there are a lot. So sit back, grab a drink, get your React faces ready, and let's do it.
Awesome. Well, appreciate it, Joe. So I know what we want to do first, we kind of have an agenda of items, but one thing we do want to talk about really quickly is about PTR. We do want to get some housekeeping notes and what players can expect from PTR, along with the dates for PTR, so when they can actually jump in. So Season 4 PTR is actually going to start on April 2nd, and it's actually going to run for a week through April 9th. So players will be able to jump into PTR and try everything out that we're about to tell you all about here in this stream. Now, I know a lot of people are probably asking, like, hey, that seems pretty close to the end of Season 3. Is that enough time for you guys to actually react to, the feedback that we're going to be getting from PTR? And I will note here that we do plan on actually extending Season 3 for this. So Season 3 is actually going to have a new end date. We're pushing it back a few weeks to ensure that we get all the feedback from this PTR and we apply it to Season 4 to make sure that all these new system changes that we're doing are right and work for the community based off of everyone's feedback. So Season 3 is now going to end on May 14th. And of course, with that, Season 4 also starts on May 14th. So there are some a few different changes coming on for the schedule. So you'll see that in-game message, which actually notes like when the season is actually ending, change today probably with this new date for players, so that again we can make sure that we apply all the feedback from PTR, which starts on April 2nd through April 9th. One other note is that again PTR itself is specifically for PC BattleNet only. So this just allows us to be a little bit more agile on our team. Does this mean that PTR is only going to be PC BattleNet only in the future? No, it doesn't. We are going to try to explore other ways of being able to bring PTR when we do have a PTR to players in the future. But for now, this one is PC BattleNet only. So, and we'll have instructions of how to actually get into the public test realm client on Diablo 4 through the PC BattleNet client next week, when we actually have a full blog that will explain kind of all the details of how to do that well before the start of PTR in itself. But then there's other notes with PTR as well, because there's probably going to be a lot of questions of like, well, am I starting with like a level 1 character? Am I taking my existing characters? Since PTR itself is a fresh new server, you will actually be starting fresh on PTR, but we do have boosting options available because we need players to actually jump in and test out some of these features that we're obviously in these system changes that we're doing specifically for PTR. So I think we actually have a slide, I believe. Speaking of which, I know I actually bring the camera back to me, Lucas. Sorry. I've seen a lot of feedback about, hey, you guys have a lot of slides. Sometimes the slides have a lot of information specifically in them that we need to actually showcase because there might be a lot of details in there. I will say we will have slides today because there's a lot to share, but we also have a live build. So we will actually be going to the live build to showcase some of the changes. Just because we know that a lot of players want to see more gameplay or see them in game. So we do have that here today.
PTA eine Woche.
Now we can go to the So slide. So there will be PTR boosting features available for players that are jumping into PTR. You will be able to boost a character immediately up to 100. When you do that, you will receive 100 million gold and 1,000 obols. You can do this multiple times. You can even trade amongst gold across your characters, of course. And then we will also mark the campaign completed for your character, as well as offering you a mount, all your skill points, and more. Skill points again. Paragon, Fog of War will be completely cleared. Altar of Lilith points will also be cleared. It's actually going to match the renown progress on your original Diablo 4 account. So if you've already done all your renown rewards and everything, you'll end up getting that completely covered off on your character for PTR. And of course, all the class system mechanics, things like enchantment for sorcerer or like Book of the Dead stuff will be enabled for you for this character that you end up creating for PTR or any other characters that you create. And then all your Paragon glyphs will be unlocked and legendary drop rates will be doubled. And I believe glyphs are also...
Yeah, glyphs are maxed.
Yeah, glyphs are also maxed up. So you will have that capability there. There are like a few things that will be not present in PTR, but that is like, for example, one of the things is Codex of Power, but we'll explain why here in a minute. There's some more details related to Codex of Power for players to kind of understand why that's not present there. So we will be accepting, of course, feedback for the PTR across all our different social channels, across all our different community channels, and we will be turning on a specific PTR forum on Diablo4.com. That is not on right now, so no one can actually see it. But once that does come online, we will also be checking feedback there. So please provide feedback based off of everything that you are hearing today and playing through during PTR between those dates that we actually mentioned, because the team is going to be looking at it and making sure that we can make any changes before the start of Season 4. So with that, now that we've gotten through the PTR like housekeeping notes, Mr. Joe Pipe,
let's dive in. Okay,
let's dive in.
There is quite a bit to cover today, so we're going to try to move briskly through parts where we can. So there's three major things we're going to be discussing today. The first, Charles will be bringing us through a number of itemization and crafting changes you're going to see when Season 4 goes live. I want to also be very clear that the changes we're talking about today are all going to be on the Eternal Realm and on the Seasonal Realm. We're not actually talking about the season specifically today. We're really talking about this massive item update and these other updates that have been happening kind of in parallel to season development during this time. So that's going to be the first part. The next, I'll be guiding us through some of the new endgame content that we're going to be implementing and integrating into the Season 4 release. And then Adam Jackson is going to be coming on to talk about a lot of the live class updates we're making across the various mechanics of the game. So there's a lot to look forward to. Let's go ahead and just, I guess, dive right in. Charles, if you don't mind taking us away.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start talking about itemization. So when we think about the itemization updates, I think it's really helpful to frame this conversation around some of the goals that we have for the itemization update. So our number one main goal here is to focus on quality of items over quantity of items. So one of the persistent points of feedback that we've gotten since we've launched Diablo 4 last year was that a lot of the items that you find in dungeons and throughout the game, you end up just sifting through a lot of items, searching through your inventory, and reading a lot of lines of text, and ultimately a lot of the items just end up being junk for you. And that was never really, it never really felt great. And so with this update, that's been our number one goal is to focus on making sure that when we do give you items, they're high quality items, they're much more likely to be useful for your build, rather than just flooding you with endless streams of often junk items. The second goal we have here is that the best items in the game, the really pinnacle ones that you get at the end game, they have a journey associated with them. As I said before, you were kind of sifting through your inventory and looking for these items, but once you found that perfect item, you were pretty much done. It was basically a complete item, and you're already done with the item. You've completed it. We think that the game is a lot more engaging when you have a bit of a journey, an investment, whether it be in time, crafting materials, and you really get to customize and make items your own and make it feel like this is for me and my build and my character.
Yeah, and feel that power progression too. It's absolutely the experience. Yeah.
Yeah. And the third goal that we have here is to focus on moments of surprise and delight in the itemization chase. This leads to moments of, hey, I found the item. You get really excited about it. And you just, you have these infrequent moments. It's not going to be all the time, but when you do find it, you're going to know it, you're going to feel it, you're going to be really excited about what just dropped. So with that, we have a number of topics within the itemization update. So the overview here is that we've got updates to existing systems, such as base items updates. We've got a few additional updates that are kind of adjacent to the itemization system. We've got some updates to Codex of Power, which we sort of alluded to earlier, and I think those are going to be some really big wins. We also have some new systems being introduced here. We've got tempering, which is going to be a new customization system. Greater affixes, which help to provide some chase in the end game. These are going to be some of those powerful items, ones that have greater affixes. And then once you do reach that end game with great gear, you're going to be able to masterwork it to really unlock its full potential and upgrade it to the best possible version that it can be. So let's hop into some of the base item updates. So this is where we're going to focus on making a smaller pool of affixes that are more relevant and more potent for your specific build. So as I kind of mentioned earlier in the goals section, a lot of the affixes and stats that appear on items, they were often very conditional, right? You had like damage while berserking or damage to close enemies or things that were hyper specific and ultimately just were kind of meaningless in a lot of ways. They blended together. We're really in this rework, we're focusing on reducing that pool of affixes to be more general. They're more applicable to a lot of builds. They're not going to be this hyper-specific conditional, and they're going to be more potent. So some examples here, we've got ranks of a single core skill. Sometimes on gear, you would find items that have ranks of upheaval, ranks of whirlwind, and ranks of double swing, all on the same item. And almost no build wants all three of those things at once. So we've made it so that, hey, only one of these can appear. That makes just the subset of items that you find much more likely to be relevant for you. And in terms of being more potent, we're looking at things like in World Tier 3, only sacred items are going to appear.
And then once you get into World Tier 4, only Ancestral, only those most powerful versions of items will appear. This means you're just getting less junk, right? Sometimes you'd get sacred items in World Tier 4, and that never felt great because, hey, I'm in World Tier 4, I should be getting the best items now. We also did a pass on the affix values to make sure they're a bit punchier, that you could feel it when you really equip an item. This often was just some numerical tuning. In the past, you might get an item that said plus 2% critical strike chance, and honestly, it was hard to ever notice that, or like plus 5% damage or something like that. And those really small values were just hard to ever notice when you're swapping it, and it never felt like you got to upgrade your gear. So let's take a look at some examples here. Oh, right. So the other update is that we are reducing the total number of affixes on gear that initially drops. So legendary items used to drop with 4 affixes, 4 lines of stats. That's going down to 3. And then rare items, the yellow items, used to have up to 4, and now they'll just go down to 2.
Das finde ich gut.
Yeah, so the goal here, once again, is to really focus on the quality of the affixes that appear on the gear rather than just the pure quantity. And this also gives us room to build on it in some of the later crafting and tempering systems. You are going to get more affixes, but the base item is going to start with a little bit less just so we have room to grow.
One of the changes that we're making in response to this also, like we know that right now, like, rare items are the items that players are using to trade in situations where you find like a really, really powerful template item. Max roll helmet with CDR and such, right? Like these are still really important for players. So as part of this change, we are going to open up trading to allow legendary items and unique items to also be tradable starting in Season 4. This is a big change for us. Now, one distinction here to keep people on, to let people keep this in mind, is that crafting on either of these items, whether you're going to be tempering or masterworking or anything else later on down the road, these things like enchanting does today, these make these items account bound. So you can't trade them once you get them after you've done some crafting on them. So we think this does a great job of making sure that the trade economy is still interesting, and that when you're looking for a specific item or an item is dropped for you that a friend can use, it's going to be a lot easier for you to go ahead and hand those things around now.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's.
By the way, I'm gonna know.
Hi,
Adam Jackson.
Oh yeah, Adam Jackson's not
Sorry,
trading
is
a
big deal.
Very important. I'm okay taking it out.
Literally appeared for trading.
Yeah, appeared for trading.
Auf jeden Fall, dass sie den Kram live machen.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very important note, and I know a lot of people might have saw this and thought, oh, rare items are now. How can I trade? But now you can still be trading these legendary items that you find if they're useful for you, or you think they might be useful for a friend.
Oh, and also, I should say also, uber unique items are not going to be tradable in Season 4.
Everything that isn't an uber.
Yeah, everything that is not an uber unique.
An uber unique, yeah. Those are the most powerful items, and if you want those, you're going to have to go and find them yourself.
That's right.
Those are the most powerful items in the game there. All right, so let's take a look at closer example here. So we've got, kind of on the left, before. This is a Boned Wand of Serration. This was before our update. This is what you could currently get on live. And you can see how it's got, plus intelligence, vulnerable damage, damage to shadow damage over time affected enemies. That is a mouthful. Same with the lucky hit, chance to execute injured non-elites. These are the really hyper-specific affixes that we're talking about that really bloat items. It takes a while to parse this. Like, you just can't at a glance tell, hey, is this even good for me?
Yeah, reading through a number of conditional additive damage modifiers is like, when you're like item to item, it's just very, it is taxing.
Especially when you really fill up your inventory with 30 plus of these items, trying to sort through them all at once when you just really want to get back into the action, right? You want to get back into fighting demons. So after this itemization update, in the after section here, we have got a similar item. It has intelligence. It has plus damage. That just applies to all of your damage. It's not hyper specific. And we still do get give you a larger bonus if you're hitting vulnerable enemies with this.
Can you get an item now that gives you like
Wir haben halt die Werte fast gedoppelt an manchen Stellen.
No, in fact, because this wand just has intelligence on it, it is just the main stat for your class. So if you are a sorcerer, you're only going to find intelligence on items. If you're a bard, you're only going to find strength, and so on.
I can still find all stat, right?
Yes. Yeah, you still have all stat, but no more you're going to find, oh, I got intellect on my barbarian. That's just basically a completely dead stat for you.
Got it.
All right, so let's take talk about some of the other additional updates that are kind of adjacent to the main itemization updates. Legendary item drops from monsters that are level 95 or higher are always going to be at item power 925. That is the highest item power in the game. And once you're really facing the toughest monsters in the game, we want to make sure that you're constantly getting the best possible items. This really comes back to our idea of quality over quantity. Once you're at this point of the game, you don't really care about anything that isn't 925, so why are we dropping that for you, right? You're going to be kind of graduating out of caring about item power because you just know that everything I'm getting is the maximum item power. Next, we've done a pass to update our gems. They are a little bit simpler. Some of the gems used to have, once again, those very conditional things like critical strike damage to vulnerable enemies was like one stat on one gem. So we've kind of simplified it, so we now just have bonus critical strike damage or bonus vulnerable damage. We've also added some updates to have core stats on them. So some of the gems will have strength, some will have dex, and so on. And they'll have a little bit of a longer crafting tail. They're a bit more powerful at the top end, but they do require a bit more investment to really unlock that highest power level. And once you have all the gems that you want, excess gems will now sell for quite a bit more gold. So that way you're not really going to waste once you have kind of found those best gems. Additionally, we've done a pass on the salvage crafting and rewards have all been retuned for this new world where we're dropping less items than before. Once again, we're focusing on you have less time sorting through your inventory and more time getting back in the action, more time slaying enemies to find those items.
Yeah, there's much less cruft in this version of the feature, right? Yeah. Like you're not walking out of a nightmare dungeon with 25 items. You have to go and deal with it back at the blacksmith.
But the ones that you do have are much more likely to be relevant and useful to you when you do find them. Additionally, we've item rerolling, the enchanting system at the occultist. We know this has been it has like a scaling gold cost currently, and that just keeps on ramping up. If you want to keep fishing for that perfect affix, it could cost millions upon millions upon millions of gold. We put a cap on that. We don't think it's really healthy to have that actually scale infinitely. It'll still get a little high, but it's not going to go to infinity. We've taken a pass on the materials, the crafting materials, things like ore and herbs, and some of the other crafting materials in the game. And a lot of the ones, we had some variety of like common herbs, so that were found in different zones. And there was some nice flavor there, but ultimately they didn't really provide much compelling gameplay. So we've consolidated all of like the common crafting materials into just a single type, just basically common herbs. And then there are still some rare ones to find to craft the most powerful elixirs and so on. But we've simplified that system so your collection is a little bit easier and more streamlined.
Yeah, we also removed things like there's like a lot of monster parts like pale tongue and things like that have been removed as part of this experience. It's going to make it a lot easier to craft elixirs in this new world.
Absolutely.
So, and you don't have to scroll through that tab so long to see exactly what material you want to craft with. Yeah.
Especially when they ultimately just fed towards that same goal.
Keine Tempos gebraucht.
And then the final update we've got is updates to the Forgotten Souls, right? So the late game crafting material that you use for a lot of the enchanting or other crafting systems, we're making them a little bit more accessible. They'll come from Whispers of the Dead caches, and they can also rarely drop globally from any elite in the game. And this is a really cool moment that you kind of have this jackpot moment. It's pretty rare when you kill elites, but there's a moment where you just get like this explosion of loot, and it spits out a ton of the Forgotten Souls or other loot or other crafting materials, and that's a really exciting moment when you encounter it in game. It's pretty rare, but you kind of hit the jackpot when that does happen.
And for Forgotten Souls, that can happen outside of Helltide, right?
Oh yeah, that can happen on literally any elite in the game.
Yep.
Also, we're looking at updating our uniques. So unique items are, these really build-defining, flashy, unique items, right? They are very powerful. Currently, they're locked behind just World Tier 3 and onward. They're really late-game items. And we thought that to really get you into the fun faster, to get your build online, we've made it so that many of our uniques in the game can now start dropping in World Tiers 1 and 2. So you can start getting them earlier on in the experience and really get your build going much quicker. And then once you do get into World Tier 3, then all of the uniques in the game have the potential to start dropping, including Uber uniques, which are typically those very late game chase items. There is a chance that monsters starting at level 55 drop these uber uniques. It's a pretty small chance. It's very rare, but it's one of those moments that you're going to find, if you're really lucky, you might find a Harlequin's Crest.
Yeah, you remember that
55.
You'll remember that playthrough for sure.
Oh, you definitely will, right? And of course, they'll drop. Oh,
I was gonna say, kind of going back to our goals of the itemization update in general, is that like at any time something really exciting can happen, right? That's the main impetus for doing this. Is that even early on in the game, you can get the main thing that you're looking for. It's going to be very rare, not very common, but it's possible. And even some of our other updates coming that you're going to explain is kind of going along that vein, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We want you to have the chance to really have that high roll moment, that really exciting moment when you find that awesome loot. So that covers the additional updates. We've got to talk about the Codex of Power. Right, so the Codex of Power is a system that has been in the game since launch, and we're making a big update here where now all legendary aspects in the game will start appearing in the Codex of Power. Every single one. Previously it was just a small subset, and I believe we even have some in-game footage that we can talk and go through an example of what this looks like.
Yeah, we'll jump over to it. We have behind the scenes, we actually have Ruben, aka Bloodshed, former content creator, now part of the Blizzard team here on Diablo. He's actually driving us through our build here, but he will be driving through all our little demos that we have today. So
yeah, awesome. Yeah, so you can see in our inventory right now, we've got Edgemaster's Siege Bow. And this has a little icon on it in the upper right in your inventory there. And that indicates that if you salvage this legendary, it will upgrade an aspect in the Codex of Power when you salvage it.
That's right. So you no longer need to go to the occultist to extract aspects in any way, because aspect crystals are no longer a thing in this new version of the Codex of Power.
Yeah, aspect crystals are gone. It's just when you salvage the legendary, it will upgrade it. So we salvage it, we can see that Edgemaster's aspect has been upgraded in the Codex of Power. So we go to our Codex of Power, and let's go take a look. So we've got Edgemaster's Aspect here that skills deal up to 6% increased damage based on your available resource when cast. So that is the kind of legendary rank of the one that we just salvaged. Now this says 6% here. In-game it was 12% because it was on a two-handed bow, and that doubles the range. But you can see it's not a minimum roll. Right now on live Diablo 4, it's always just a minimum roll, and so once you find something better, a better aspect crystal, the Codex is kind of irrelevant. Now the Codex will continue being relevant because every time you find a higher roll of it, it's going to upgrade your Codex, and you can continually re-imprint this legendary power onto any gear that you find going forward.
That's right. So if Ruben finds a 10% roll, on something else, then that is now he can go ahead and salvage that item down. That 10% version is now going to replace the 6% version he has right now, and that's the new version that you have. So when we're talking about upgrading, what we really mean is as you find the better versions of these aspects, they replace the older ones. Now, every time you decide you want to imprint the Codex of Power, that's going to be the version that you get from that point forward.
So if you find a max roll the first time, are you just super lucky? You have it forever?
You are super lucky, and you would have that forever. Yes, you can continually imprint it. However, the ranks of legendaries, you won't be able to find a max roll of these legendaries in World Tiers 1 and 2 when you're just starting out your journey. We have extended the range, so a lot of legendaries used to say, hypothetically, if a legendary rolled between 20% and 30%, now we've extended that range from 20 to 35%. But those 30 to 35%, the highest range, the most powerful versions, those are only going to be accessible in World Tier 4. In the later games. So this does give you a bit more of progression. So you can find it early and you can upgrade it, but then you're going to find even better versions as you progress through the world tiers.
And if we actually, can we go back to the build really quickly? Because, Ruben, if you can pull up the Codex of Power really quickly.
To show the UI a little bit here.
Yeah. Because one big thing is I know we glazed over this really quickly, but there are filters, ways of searching through everything, which is really nice. And then, of course, on the icons as well, I think people are probably seeing these numbers associated. I know it's something that is changed, obviously, with this new Codex of Power, where it's showcasing, hey, there's a gold-rin version of Aspect of Quickening Fog right there, which is already showcasing, hey, you have it completely maxed at 16 out of 16. And, of course, there's different ranks as you're kind of, leveling up throughout the Codex Power and finding different aspects of it.
Yeah, I
Das ist eine
really
gute
love that
Idee, wo die
gold
da haben.
border to really indicate that, hey, you found the
Mit
best
den,
version, you've kind of
mit dem
completed
Codex, das
this.
ist great.
And some of them, you kind of cheat on it, right?
Entscheidung
Things
ganz
that only
okay.
have one rank. As soon as you unlock it, you get the best version.
Yeah, that's an example of one
Let's
that
go
you could max out in World Tier 1.
You probably could. But most of them have now, up to 16 ranks is kind of our standard, for the most part. And those highest ranks are just going to be in the later world tiers.
And for a lot of these aspects too, when we went to 16 ranks on these, we actually extended the value, the power of these, and potency of
Upwards.
these aspects
Yes.
upwards. Right? We
Yes.
didn't water it down. We actually extended it up.
Yeah, for the most part, these have increased in power at the highest level, just to make them really rewarding in World Tier 4 when you find them.
And I'm sure there's people asking specifically about, hey, is this a seasonal thing? Is this an eternal thing?
This is everywhere
Yes.
forever. This is the new world.
This is the new world.
That's right. All the updates we're talking about today,
Correct.
once again, are for the Eternal Realm and for the Seasonal Realm. These are not seasonal updates only.
Yeah.
They're coming with Season 4,
Yep.
but they are applying to the whole game
Yeah.
forevermore.
And I do want to note, like, Codex of Power with seasonal characters, of course, will end up change. Like, every single time there's
does
a new
reset,
season,
yes.
it
Yeah,
does.
in
You
the
will
same
have
way
to-
that it does today.
But eternal characters, will just have
You
it
can
forever.
actually fill it out
eternally.
forever,
Yes.
Eternally,
Of course.
There you go.
All right, so that was a ton on the systems that already exist in the game, right? The base item affixes, the other updates, and Codex of Power. But there's also new systems coming.
We're not done with
That was
itemization.
updates to existing
done.
things, but
Yeah,
we have
let's
got
go.
a lot of new stuff. So let's talk about tempering. Tempering is a new crafting system that will allow you to add really cool new affixes to your items. And so I really just want to highlight that this is not just taking those old really conditional nitty-gritty aspects
halte
or
mich fest.
affixes. This also includes a lot of really new exciting affixes as well that we'll showcase a bit later. Things like a chance to cast bonus projectiles, increased effect size of your skills, and other ways of talking directly to individual skills. A lot of this lives in tempering. And so this way you can really customize your character, specifically to your build and the skills that you're using and the way you want to play. So you might be asking, well, how do we temper? We've got
for the most
tempering
content,
manuals.
not target,
So
huh?
these are items, manuals that are going to drop from most content in the game. This isn't something you need to go target farm. You're just going to find these as you're playing. And these manuals are going to be a list of possible affixes that are kind of themed to individual builds. So if you are a bone necro, for instance,
Can we roll affixes?
The
Up to
manual
the
for bone
item's
necro
tempering
might have
durability.
things specifically to bone spear and bone splinters and bone spirit. When you do the tempering, which is done at the blacksmith, it will attach a random one of the affixes from that manual onto the item that you're tempering. And if you don't get the exact one that you want, or you don't get the roll that you want, you can re-roll these affixes up to the item's tempering durability. Now, this is a lot without an example, so I think we've got an example where we can just
let's show
walk
people
through,
what it looks
right?
like.
So here's some screenshot examples of the actual recipes that appear. So on the left, we've got the Manual of Natural Motion. This is a generic recipe that really applies to any class. It's got a variety of movement speed options on it. So you've got, you might just attach movement speed to your gear. Maybe you get a higher value of movement speed, but only after you kill an elite. We have the option to reduce your evade cooldown or give you mobility skill cooldown reduction. We've tagged a lot of skills in the game with mobility tag when, things like teleport or charge. And then on the right, we've got one that is more specific to necromancers, because this is the bone necro one that I mentioned before. So we've got a chance for bone splinter projectiles to cast twice, chance for bone spear projectiles to cast twice, increase the size of your bone spirit explosion,
That's very cool.
or increase the duration of your bone storm. So if you're a bone necro, one of these is probably going to be pretty relevant to you and will be really a cool way of customizing your character and your skills. So here's an example of the UI. So on the left, we've got this Choker of Ancestral Charge, one of my favorite legendaries, currently on Season 3. And so it's got the relatively simpler affixes. It's got just max life, damage, and critical strike chance. And we go to the blacksmith, we put it into the menu here, and we can see that there are kind of 6 categories, with 5 of them being highlighted. These categories are the categories of recipes. So each recipe corresponds to one of these categories. And on amulets, you can put anything except the weapons category. So that's why offensive, defensive, utility, mobility, and resource are all highlighted here. And once we go through this, we can do this twice because most items can only be tempered once. You can get just one affix on them. But ancestral items, these really late game World Tier 4 items, can be tempered twice
Da
from
steht
2
Temper
separate
Ability
categories.
remaining.
So you can't put, say, 2 defensive ones on there. You're going to diversify. And in this case, we've got charge cooldown reduction added on the right. And we've also got some bonus damage while berserking. So we've got an offensive one here. And then we've got a utility one that gives us the cooldown reduction. Do we have a live example of this, of going through this actual flow, so we can kind of show you what this ends up looking like?
Yep. Once again, yep, that's right there.
Look.
Points at the blacksmith.
Yes. So in here we've got our bow of branching volleys. We can put in here because this is a weapon. We can attach ones from the offensive category, and so here's all the examples. We've got 5 different recipes that we've unlocked here, depending on how we want to build our character. So if we want to do, say, marksman skills to put on there, we can do marksman finesse, and this will give us either bonus marksman damage. Why don't we just temper it and see what it looks like? So we get this flashy animation that comes in, and we get to see, hey, we added 29% marksman damage.
Yep.
Right?
Actually worked out quite nicely, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So
Not scripted, by the way.
definitely not scripted. So yeah,
Actually, it wasn't. But
It actually was.
you were actually lucky, but
You're in the grips of RNG.
Yeah.
One thing I want to call out also while we're looking at this is that so we are in the season 4 update, or this PTR update that we're talking about right now. This is our first PTR update. There's a lot of changes we have going in, and there's some things that are going to be are kind of in the middle of being polished now, or kind of getting wrapped up for some things in dev. So there's going to be some things that players will see on the PTR. They're going to feel like, oh, this is not quite like what I expect. Or there's you might find bugs and things.
Yep.
That's kind of the nature of the PTR
hat man
experience.
hat
We
neues.
want you to report those, like Adam called out a little bit earlier, and get your feedback on the experience.
Yeah,
But-
that's actually a really good reminder, because I think a lot of people haven't experienced PTR, especially if you're like kind of new to Diablo and you do jump in. PTRs will have bugs. It is an early look at the
polish.
build.
Yeah,
So there will be bugs, polished things that won't be incorporated. So yes, provide feedback on all those things so that we can actually hear those and make changes for those.
But if we throw back to Ruben real quick, the thing I wanted to point out was like when the masterwork, when the tempering process went through, so you got 28% for the that marksman damage, but the item itself got a slightly different number. There's just a bug that we've identified that we're in the middle of fixing right now.
right. That's just a display bug, but this is one of the things that we're working on, we're aware of, and going to polish up, because that's the nature of game development.
Just for the
right?
eagle-eyed among the viewers.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a thing.
All right, so a few other things to call out here. Let's actually close this menu and then take a look at when it's in there. We can talk about tempering durability a little bit. So you can see when this is in here, we've got tempered affixes, 1 out of 2. Because this is an ancestral item, you can temper it twice from 2 different categories. So you're going to be able to put 1 weapon and 1 offensive on there. And then there's this tempering durability remaining. So this is how many times you can re-roll the tempered affixes. The first ones that you attach should not be consuming tempering durability. I think this one might have one of those bugs where it did consume it, but ultimately this is going to be the number of times you can re-roll.
Yeah, we're actually going to update the string. I think it's going to literally be called tempering re-rolls.
Re-roll.
Yeah,
Okay.
to make it really, really clear. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the kind of things that we're actively working on, and we love your feedback on to make sure that we can get this right and really communicate the way the system works. So we've attached an offensive affix onto this. Let's take a look at some of the weapon ones that we can attach on. So here we've got ones that not great.
Live build.
Yeah,
live build indeed.
Live build.
Well, so we can talk through what would attach there.
Yeah.
Right, so when you would attach the weapon category, those are often the ones that are the more, I would say more interesting, right? The bonus projectiles, the bonus effect size.
Yeah, that was the weapon category that had a chance to create different, like multiple bone splinters. Or
Yes.
twice, rather.
lustig.
Yeah, that's in the weapon category. So there we would attach one of those. Maybe we'd get a chance for rapid fire projectiles to fire an extra time. And then when we do that, maybe, we actually want to play a penetrating shot build, right? Maybe rapid fire is not that great. We could consume one of the tempering durabilities to re-roll that and try to get that bonus rapid fire projectile ones that we want.
At least people now believe it's live.
Do people still think we weren't doing it live?
Looking at it. But yeah, I know we're getting the build back up here and everything. But
There's a lot of really cool new affixes in general inside the tempering system. Like I know that, like I've been playing a lot of Season 4, like on our dev build. And I'm playing a Barbarian right now, and I've been playing a lot with Dust Devils, which I know we'll talk maybe a little bit more about
We're
later.
gonna talk about Dust Devils.
But there's like opportunities to like spawn, like instead of spawning one Dust Devil, you'll spawn multiple Dust Devils. There's Dust Devil size. There's a lot of really and duration. Like there's a lot of really neat new things to play with to build upon other like playstyles. I think it's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really the goal of tempering is customization and really cool new ways of building your character. That's not just plus damage. There is still some bonus damage as you still need to in order to actually do damage, but there's a lot of ways you can customize your skills and make it really your own.
Now, right now, you can temper legendary items.
Correct.
And rare items, but you can't temper unique items.
Correct. Unique items, kind of what you see is what you get, right? They drop still with the 4 affixes for the most part. Those are going to be unchanged. You won't be able to temper onto them.
With tempering, yeah.
With tempering, right.
And then we show the tempering durability, as part or tempering rerolls in this case. So the idea here is that like when the player has you're not happy with all the affixes you've got, you've kind of rerolled through all of your options. At the end of that process, you simply can't temper any longer on that item. There's not a way to reset that item back down. One of the goals that we have for ourselves in terms of like trying to have higher quality drops in general is to make it so it's a little bit easier, and also ensuring like it's easier for you to reach those 925 capped items when you start to really deeply engage in features like this. Is you want to make it a little bit easier for you to go find some of those really good baseline templated items for you to start building on top of, as opposed to having it be like I need to find like 70 helmets in the hopes I find a max roll cooldown reduction on it, right? Like we're in a different place now in terms of how we're thinking about that. In addition to the crafting, the trading changes that we've made as well. I want to make it a little bit easier for you to find some of these things, between it being a lot easier to have drops that are relevant for you appear when you're doing various types of content, but also that if you're playing with friends, there's opportunities for you to maybe trade some things around at the same time.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point about finding really strong base items to build off of. And I think that goes great into our next point where we talk about greater affixes. So greater affixes are affixes that appear in the late game. They are more powerful versions of the normal affixes. So they come at a 1.5x multiplier on the affixes max roll. So let's say a hypothetical affix might come between like 50 to 100 of a stat. If it rolls greater, then you actually get 150 of that stat instead. Instead of the roll, it always comes in at max. So it comes in at that 150 mark. These are really exciting drops when you get into the late game. They're going to be immediately obvious whenever they drop on the ground. They're going to have a little change to the UI, so you can see it right away and you know, hey, that one has greater affixes on it. And that's going to be ones that you're really going to want to pick up and make sure that you take a look at, and then you really want to build off of because they're some of the strongest affixes in the game. I think we've got an example here. And one other note, these, as I mentioned, they're late game. They only appear on Ancestral Legendary items and Ancestral Uniques that are dropping in World Tier 4. I think we can zoom in on the top one here, where we can see we've got a little, like some Roman numerals at the end of it, 2. That indicates that this pair of gloves has 2 greater affixes on it. And when you actually go and pick it up, we can take a look at the tooltip of the item itself. And we can see that intelligence here is highlighted, and so is critical strike damage. And these roll at the max roll, and I think we've got a comparison kind of between a standard version. So on the left is a non-greater version of a dagger. You've got, say, 74 dexterity, and maybe it rolled between 70 and 84. But on the right, we've got a greater version of dexterity, and that's going to always give you 126, which is 1.5 times the 84. Same with the critical strike damage down at the bottom. So if you find the dagger on the right, that's a really good one. I mean, not only do you have 2 greater affixes, you also max roll the attack speed in between. That is a great base item to start building through the tempering system on. Thing we've got, the next topic to talk about is masterworking. Masterworking is a late game crafting system that we're going to use to upgrade the items. So once you kind of find a really good base item, maybe it has some greater affixes on it, and and then you've tempered on the affixes that you want. Hey, you've found the exact affixes that are specific to your build that you've attached onto it. Now you're really pushing into the late game content. It's time to start masterworking. And masterworking has 12 ranks where you can upgrade the current affixes on your gear. So this isn't going to change any of the affixes like enchanting or like tempering does. This is just going to take the current ones and then upgrade them through 12 ranks.
This is kind of like the old gear upgrade, right?
Similar, yes. However, both masterworking and tempering are replacing the old gear upgrade system. The previous system, you just kind of upgraded the item power and the values went up by a bit. These two systems replace that, and now you're going to be able to customize them and then masterwork them instead.
It's significantly more powerful on the back end of this as well after these things are done. Compared to item upgrade,
Absolutely. So the 12 ranks of masterworking, as opposed to the 5 of the old system, most of the ranks are going to increase all of your affixes on the gear by a small amount. But then every 4 ranks, so rank 4, 8, and 12, are going to upgrade a single affix by a large amount. So here's an example. The ring on the left is rank 2 masterworking. You can see that right up there by the item power. It says masterworking 2 out of 12. Let's focus in on like the maximum life affix there. So on the left at rank 2, you see we've got 880 bonus maximum life. And so we take it, we masterwork it up to rank 3, and then that will upgrade that to 920 maximum life. So a little bit of an improvement. But then once we hit rank 4, we actually get a much larger increase in maximum life. It goes from 920 all the way up to 1,120, while the other affixes on the gear stay static because they didn't roll randomly.
Ja, mit dem Gear aufwerten schon. Aber hier ist es halt einfacher.
To Joe's point earlier about we still have some in development. This is in development content. It's not final, as the watermark says. The tempered affixes at the bottom, the Golem active cooldown reduction and the Bone critical strike damage, those also would be being upgraded and are eligible to have this this larger bonus. But in this particular screenshot example, those numbers didn't change, but they will change in the final, and there's a chance.
Those also get affected, Yeah,
they will be included just like all of the rest of them. But yeah, so as you go through it, you're going to get kind of 3 of these effects at rank 4, 8, and 12, and they can all go on the same one. So if you get really, really lucky and you really needed a lot of maximum life, you might get just a ton of maximum life every time that increases. Or it could be on one of your tempered affixes.
Aber das ist ja bisher immer noch die Itemization.
Cooldown reduction, if that's the kind of build that you're looking for.
Nur Itemization bisher.
And once you fully masterworked an item, if it didn't really pan out the way you wanted to, the random rolls didn't quite go your way, you are able to reset it and try it again, but you will kind of lose all the materials that you've invested into it, but you can try that again. It doesn't completely lock you out of it.
Right. So once you've got like a really great pair of gloves or whatever that you've tempered at this point, you've enchanted to get exactly the affix you wanted off it. Maybe you got some greater affixes on it in the first place when you started. Then you take that item assuming you got through all that process, you can take it into the masterworking feature, and then you can kind of keep going at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and get the opportunity to kind of hopefully crit exactly the affixes you're looking for.
Yeah, and if you do get that right, you find something that's got critical strike damage, and then you hit all 3 times on it, super upgraded. That's going to be like one of the best items in the game that probably no one else has one exactly like that, because you really needed to hit the right one every time. That's going to be a really powerful item that is going to be very memorable when you get all that coming together. I think we've got an example here to really highlight all of these systems taken together. So on before, this was that boned one restoration that we talked about right at the beginning when we talked about paring down the affix list to just more simple intelligence damage and vulnerable damage. And on the right, we can see it after it has been tempered. So we've got bone spirit damage. We've got chance for a bone splinter projectiles to cast twice. And then we can see intelligence has been highlighted in blue. That means it's had 1 of the upgrades from masterworking. And the damage stat on here has been upgraded twice. That's why it's in yellow when we got up to masterworking 12. And you can see how we've taken this progression, this item progression. So here, once you got it all the way up to masterworking 12, this is really kind of the pinnacle of what items can be in our new itemization world.
So one thing I want to highlight here is that the total depth of what an item can do and the complexity. You can still make an item do a lot of different things, but on that before side, when you're looking for items that are dropping, that's all that you're going to parse through over there. It's just like 3 affixes. Did I get the ones I want? And you can just do that very quickly and parse through a lot of items that way. But you're going to be slowly, introducing that complexity over time to your items as you upgrade and masterwork them. So you're going to be building the items that you really want to be using.
Absolutely.
In terms of like lucking out on this, I think it's fun to call out like it is basically 5% upgrades to your affixes during the regular masterworking process. And then there's 3 randomly selected 25% upgrades to one of those affixes. So if you're very, very fortunate and you manage to triple up on a particular stat, you can do the math. It's a tremendous, tremendous upgrade for that affix overall. For that slot.
And if you want to go hard into one affix, you can go really hard into one affix.
You go really hard on
potentially.
CDR in this world, right?
I'm terrified.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You can go
awesome.
hard into CDR, yes.
Or really hard on bonus projectials, because those are cool and
Or
flashy.
bonus projectiles, that's actually true, yeah.
It's going to be really sweet.
There's bone spears everywhere.
Absolutely. But of course, you might be asking, okay, new items are great. What am I going to do with all of these new items?
Before we even bridge to me, okay, this is a really good bridge. So 2 things I want to call out. One, masterworking works on unique items.
Correct.
Yes.
So some of those really, really cool affixes that can appear on unique items, not the power of the unique item, but a lot of like the really specific unique affixes. Those
Unique
all benefit from the
items
masterworking
with
process as well,
masterworking?
which are really significant, right? So I think that there's something really, really fun there. Also, you can make sure that like when some of these unique items are dropping, they also can have greater affixes attached to them. So those same unique affixes that we're talking about, like that is huge. Like now you get an extra like 50% value on top of that.
Yeah.
So like you get 50% value on top of the unique item affix, and then on top of that you masterwork it. It can get really, really bonkers. So there's a good chase involved in this. But like even allowing for like player trading and everything else, there's still like lots of really exciting stuff for players to find.
Yeah, and the other thing I've seen a little bit of this in chat as well as like a lot of people are going like, hey, when are we actually able to experience this?
PTR.
PTR. Well, first PTR, and also at the same time, this is something that does start immediately with season 4 when it begins.
Yes.
This is all the itemization changes will start with the start of season 4, because I know a lot of people were questioning because they're going like, well, we had heard Gauntlet in the past, and then Gauntlet actually started mid-season. The itemization changes and all the changes you're hearing today will start at right at the beginning of season 4, which is on May 14th. PTR being on April 2nd. So.
There's a couple other things I also want to say. It doesn't fit
I
neatly.
got one too.
Oh, do you? Oh, no, you go first. You go first.
All right, I want to clarify something because I know it's going to be a lot of questions that people have on greater affixes.
Yes.
So greater affixes, the way that you get them is you can only get them from things that drop. So you're actually looking for that moment when you kill the mob, kill the enemy, the loot drops. That's the exciting moment that we're targeting. Enchanting is still going to exist. You can still enchant your affixes like normal on those 3 ones that drop. You cannot enchant into a greater affix. You can enchant out of a greater affix. So if you choose to, if you've got like a 1 greater affix item, you can enchant that greater affix to something else, but it won't change to another greater, and you can't change anything into a greater. It's all about killing monsters, finding that moment that is really exciting when the item drops, seeing if that works for you. So I just wanted to clarify that on how enchanting works and kind of what we're going for.
Yeah, absolutely. Focusing on the drop, the moment of
The drop
excitement.
is the moment of
when you get it.
excitement that we're going for there.
All right, and then one other thing I want to call out as well that we didn't talk about already, and that is that there's a lot of other changes that we haven't actually discussed here that you'll see when you get to play in the PTR. But one of them I think is really cool is we actually add a bunch of other new baseline rare affixes that can appear on items that like players haven't seen before.
Yes.
So there's as an example of a few of these, we have like Fury per second. Can appear on items, which is very, very exciting, and very interesting for my barbarian friends.
Transformative.
It's very transformative. Like there's a number of other ones like life per hit. Is now something that players can find as you're going through the experience. Like, are there any that you two thought of that are kind of cool, or?
And also ones that are cool and powerful that appear on different slots. So previously, weapons almost always had bonus damage of some sort. We've extended that, so a lot of weapons can now have resource cost reduction. They can have bonus attack speed and other things that increase your output through not just saying damage to a certain way. More interesting ways of increasing your output.
Yeah, very cool.
To me, bonus projectiles, that's just the most popular. I'm terrified of it. It's so cool, though, but it's going to be
really cool.
Having bonus projectiles drop and then have that potentially be a greater affix when it goes, and then you masterwork bonus projectiles, and it gets silly.
Yeah.
I know we want to talk about some end game stuff that's coming to the game. Maybe we leave that for the end of the stream itself, right before we go into Q&A. Is there I'm going to ask production here, I'm going to pivot them. Is there a way that we can jump to class changes coming to
Me next.
Yeah, you next. I'm
You
pivoting.
got kind of a shrug. So like, I think so.
Yeah, we'll go through the end game stuff here because we do have a lot of additional things that we still need to talk about that even pair with this itemization, these itemization changes. But we'll jump into class changes really quickly. And then
Sure,
we'll
we
jump
can go
back
to me
the
next.
end game.
That's fine.
Let's do it.
Take us away, Adam.
All right, so are we ready to go? Yeah? Okay. So we've got kind of 3 big goals for class updates. We've got a lot going on. I'm going to try and breeze through a little quick in the interest of time. The first one is going through a very high volume of meaningful class updates. And what I mean by meaningful is, not just moving numbers up and down on things that exist, but kind of either updating systems of how things interact at a systemic level, or adding things that are really, really powerful, are actually going to move the needle and change how you interact with the class or the skill or the legendary or whatever we're changing. Next one is making flat damage effects more viable. So by flat damage, I'm talking about things like dust devils, earthquakes, dancing bolts, all these things. I talked a few campfire chats ago about how I wanted to make these things a lot more viable and scale better, and we're going to be making good on that in Season 4. I'm excited we'll go into more details, but yeah, that's one of the big things that's changing this season. And last but not least, opening up designs to be more generally useful. So kind of similar to item affixes, how you've got these like multi-conditional things. We're going through classes across the board and going and looking for ways that we can open up things. So you're going to find that things that were a little more restrictive, we're going to try and interact with more different pieces. So something may have only talked to core skills, now it can be any skill, things like that, where we're trying to make things less conditional so that you can mix and match things a lot more often. So yeah, in addition to those 3 things, those are our goals. I'm also going to be talking a little bit today about PTR balance and hardcore updates. And a little PSA, everything that you see here right now, the tuning is still in flux. We're going through the balancing process right now of these things. So any exact numbers that you see of updates is very much subject to change, not only before PTR, but of course one of our goals for you playing PTR is helping us with the tuning and balance, because everything is going to be changing. So yeah, expect things to change, but that's kind of where we're at right now. So first, let's talk about uniques. So in Season 4, you're going to be getting double the normal amount of uniques added to the game. Normally, every class gets 1. Every class is going to be getting 2 this time. So again, more content. We're also adding a new Uber unique here, Tyrael's Might. This is a defensive-oriented unique. It's going to be a chess piece. So you can see the stats there. Lots of resistance-oriented things and damage reduction. By the way, in this new world, damage reduction is going to be much harder to come by. So it's actually a lot more special that it exists here. And the special power of this is that when you're at maximum life, so when you have the entire life bar full, you're going to be shooting out projectiles very similar to the artillery shrine. So you can see here kind of in action, you can see that sometimes he's attacking and it's not going off. And then as he heals up, you get those bolts that's hitting enemies. It's really, really flashy and cool. So yeah, class updates. Like I mentioned before, we're really looking to move the needle on these. We are still going to be having a number of changes, quite a few of just things going up and down for tuning. But we're also looking at updating some systems and designs. And I'm going to give you some examples. Now, everything I talk about here today, I'm giving you a small snippet of the things that we're doing, like 1 or 2 examples per class. But when you get the patch notes, you're going to see it's like a giant wall. There's a lot of stuff that we're doing everywhere.
Just a slice of the overall pie.
Ich hab Tyrael's Macht gesehen.
So, some examples here. Skill tag updates. So, we're not only doing this on the Sorceress, but on other classes as well, but this is the one example I want to give. One of the pain points that Sorceress has always had is that they have kind of core skills and then mastery skills. Mastery skills are things like Firewall, Meteor, things like that. And the mastery skills, we're always kind of second class to the core skills because we had a lot of things that scaled core skill damage, but not mastery skill damage. So, we've updated our skill tags and kind of change things around so that they make more sense. So you're going to see more skill tags added to things across the board. And the example here is that mastery skills will also just have the core skill tag. They'll be considered both mastery and core skill. So all your core skill damage bonuses, interactions, all that stuff will just work now. Did you have something?
Yeah, we also talked about like mobility skill tag added to a lot of skills as well, and how that interacts with the tempering system. You have ways of getting mobility skill cooldown reduction that ties into the same concept.
We're actually adding the mobility skill tag to all things across all classes that have mobility attached to them, so then they can interact with the itemization system, and you'll have these things working in tandem together. That's a good point. Yeah, so now some other examples. Frozen Orb on the Sorceress is getting a lot of love. Before, when you cast it, it would go an exact set distance and then blow up, but now it's going to go exactly where you point it at it to with your cursor. So, you know, you're not going to hit your life if you run into like a suppressor elite, for example. You can actually make it fire point blank or all the way across the screen. And we'll actually be showing some video of that as well later. We also have a new unique that we're going to have video of that's really awesome. So Frozen Orb sorceresses are going to be really happy this season. And next, Necromancer. I've been talking for a while about Necromancer minions and how we're going to make them better. We're delivering on that in Season 4. The first change is that they're going to inherit 100% of the player's stats. So, you know, your crit chance, crit damage, all those things, they're just going to inherit it from you. So they're going to scale way better with you, the player. And this is not only going to apply to Necromancer minions, but all minion types in our game. Things like Druid Wolves are also going to be inheriting this, and you're going to get a pretty big power bump. We're also looking. We took a look at the book of the Dead, and basically revamped everything. All the upgrades almost are getting some type of either number or big functionality change, and I'm going to be going through some examples there. But it's just going to be a lot more punchy. We're not only looking for effectiveness here, like making things stronger, but we also like the rule of cool, where you know the things that are awesome and look cool and are visual are going to stand out more, and so we're trying to do that as much as we can. So next, let's talk about game balance. So as I kind of alluded to earlier, you know, the landscape of everything is changing pretty drastically, right? Itemization is going to be changing a lot of how player power works and how things work in the game. We've got a lot of class updates that are going to be changing how things are. You can expect a pretty big shakeup of like just how all the different classes and builds perform. Like it's going to be a brave new world really here. But you know, normally we promised a while back that we're going to do lists of everything that's perceived as a nerf. I'm not going to be going through every single thing today. You'll be able to see everything in the patch notes on the PTR, and that's mostly in the interest of time, just because there's so much change that's happening. But I am going to give you, a snippet to do good on that promise of kind of how the game is now, and some things that you can expect that are going to be lowered in power in the future. So some examples here. Generally, Tybalt's Will, everyone's favorite pants, right? And not only is it really good because the effect is good, but also it's damage on pants, which makes it really, really good. That damage amount is being reduced. Same with Banished Lord's Talesman. Both of these uniques are insanely powerful. They're still going to be really good after this, but the damage is just being lowered so that other things can be competitive. Next, the Barbarian, everybody's favorite charging class. First thing that we're doing is, many of you may not know this, but when we launched the game, we actually gave them 10% inherent damage reduction. This was back when melee classes in general and the Barbarian were having trouble in the early game. Our game balance has changed radically since then, and we don't feel like they really need this anymore. And we don't want them to have an inherent advantage over all the other classes in the game anymore. So that's going to be removed, and even like I mentioned before when Charles was talking, damage reduction in general is going to be much more rare and special. You're not just going to find it on any defensive stat. When you see it, it's going to be something that you're going to really value because it's hard to come by. And we also think Barbarians are still going to be really good in this regard because their skill tree has a lot of it. Their skills like challenging shout have it, so I think they're going to be fine, but we're just removing this extra part. Also, we're reducing the effectiveness of Charge, Hammer of the Ancients, and Unbridled Rage. All three of these things have been incredibly powerful. Some things like Unbridled Rage have kind of been stamping out competing things for a long time just because it's so good. Our goal here is not to remove these from the game or make these builds not viable at all. They're going to be reduced, but I still think they're going to be really powerful and effective.
Ja, ich weiß.
And next, we're going to go over to the Sorcerer. We got a couple bug fixes here. We have more bug fixes than this, but this is just some that I wanted to call out. The first one, we had one where the evade cooldown reduction affix was triggering off of unstable currents casts. And so what this basically meant was you equip those boots to have evade cooldown reduction, and then you use unstable currents, and you had like infinite uptime on teleport evades, which made you just teleport around forever. This has been fixed, so now it's only going to work with intentional casts now, as it was intended to. And the next one is Isu's Ferocity. This is a key passive on the Sorcerer that used to apply its critical strike damage to all damage types, but it was the fire key passive. Now it's only going to apply to fire damage as it was intended to. And again, this is just a snippet of everything, but there's going to be a lot more stuff. And again, like everything you know is basically going to change because of how many things are being updated in the game. So I wouldn't worry too much about any specific build. All right, so now let's get to the fun part, class updates. So I'm going to be going through all the different classes here and just showing like 1 to 2 examples of kind of the ideas of things that we're changing. Again, lots more than what you're going to see, but kind of giving you an idea of what to expect in the direction that we're going here. So first we'll start with the Barbarians. So I like Dust Devils. I've liked them for a long time, and not just things like Dust Devils, but all those types of extra affixes that spawn things. So here's an example of Wind Slasher. This is a legendary that we updated. So it's the Double Swing legendary that spawns Dust Devils. Before it was you would cast Double Swing twice, and you like go in and out and in and out, and every other time you'd make a Dust Devil, right? Pretty cool. We're updating this now, so every single time that you cast Double Swing, it does a Dust Devil. And instead of every other time spawning 1, every other time spawns 3. So now, instead of going hit, then 1, then hit, then 1, it's 1, then 3, then 1, then 3, which means a lot more Dust Devils.
And I want to call it again, there's tempered affixes that give you chances to spawn additional Dust Devils when you spawn a Dust Devil. So.
And affixes that talk to them directly in itemization with tempering, like their size can go up, their damage can go up. Like we're actually going to make this a thing.
I know I'm talking a lot about Dust Devils. There's cool stuff for all the classes.
It's Earthquakes,
it's just that I played a lot of Dust Devils Barb during one season. So
It's the example I tell our team. It's like always I say Earthquakes and Dust Devils. Like these things need to be cool. And all the ones like that though across the other classes. Anyways, that's the Barb. So there's not just this, lots of other legendaries are like this. Druid, for example, a thing that has been long complained about to me is that lacerate isn't up to par to other things. So there on the left is what you can see exists today, where the upgrades for lacerate are, the first one is you heal for a little bit for every hit, and then it's doubled when you crit. And then the next upgrade is that its initial strike crits and does a little bit more damage. We're just merging those together. So both of those combined is going to be your first lacerate upgrade. And now we added a second upgrade there, where every time that lacerate crits, all of your shape-shifting skills are going to deal more damage for 10 seconds, up to 40%. So now we're adding a very strong, potent multiplicative damage bonus buff after lacerate. So now, lacerate, it's going to give you invulnerability, life leech, crit, and then a potent damage buff for a while after you cast it. So then if you can cooldown reduction on it, you can keep that buff rolling and actually have like a build going on. Next, the Sorceress. So here, instead of just text, I'm actually going to show you some videos. The first one is going to be showing that Frozen Orb change that we talked about here. So basically, you can see here that where the person is targeting with their cursor is where the Frozen Orb is going to explode. So now you can make it point blank, you can make it far away. It's going to be wherever you go. And for you controller players, this is going to interact just like other skills where it just goes to an enemy, and then if there's nothing nearby, it just goes a set distance before blowing up. Next, we're going to be talking about the unique. So, prefacing this unique a little bit before we show the video.
Unique? Come.
The basic idea is conjurations are cool and Frozen Orb is cool. And what's going to happen with this unique is Frozen Orb is going to have a chance when it explodes to spawn conjurations. And then anytime that your conjurations attack, they have a chance to throw Frozen Orbs at enemies.
Doch, Oculus.
So now we're going to see this in action here. So it's called Fractured Winter Glass. And this video is just the person casting Frozen Orb with this unique. So at first it's like, okay, it's fine. You see a couple conjurations, right? But then as you go on, you can see that the Frozen Orbs are making more of them, and then the conjurations are also throwing out more Frozen Orbs.
This is all just from pressing one button.
This is all just from throwing out Frozen Orbs.
Just been right-clicking this whole time.
Yeah, so it's like when I place a firewall, and my firewall makes a meteor, and then my meteor makes a firewall.
Yes, but conjurations.
But conjurations,
So Hydra throwing Frozen Orbs.
Firewall meteor sounds cool too.
Alles klar, das ist cool.
Also focused.
But yeah, so this is an example of one of the cool uniques that we're adding to the game. Next, let's move on to the Rogue. So we're also updating some class mechanics and other things. Inner Sight has kind of been eclipsed by other things in our game, right? When we first made Inner Sight, it triggered off of this idea that you were going to target a single enemy, pick on that enemy, and build up this gauge, and then you have unlimited energy, and unlimited energy was supposed to be this really crazy, rare thing that was not, going to happen very often. It turned out that's not really the case through itemization and other things. You can kind of solve resource a lot easier nowadays.
Yeah, it's fun to do that too.
Yeah, and it's fun. We want people to do that. So we have to update our other systems in accordance to that, which is kind of what we're doing here. So now you don't only have to hit the marked enemy, but you can charge up Inner Sight off of everything. So as you're blowing up waves of enemies, you still want to make sure you're hitting the one that's targeted, but now you'll get a little bit of gauge off of any enemy that you hit. And now in addition to that, the payoff is better. So not only are you going to get that unlimited energy still, but you're also going to get a 25% crit chance boost. So now you're going to be hitting harder when you are in Inner Sight mode. So now there's actually a damage component there too, in addition to the unlimited energy. Next, Necromancer. So like I said, Book of the Dead is getting upgrades. I kind of picked one slice from each part, from each minion type. So here you can see your Skeletal Reapers, the wind-up attacks now, can reduce one of your active cooldowns by a pretty chunky amount. 3 seconds is insane, but there'll be a number that makes sense there. Maybe it is 3. Next one
Hat
for
er
the
ooit of zo'n?
mages, one of their upgrades used to be that they've made frozen enemies vulnerable, and now they just make everything vulnerable. So actually, if you want cold mages to solve vulnerable for you, you pretty much can, just with this upgrade. And last but not least, we have your Iron Golem. So Iron Golem, now that when you tell it to go somewhere and do that
Druide.
slam attack where it pounds the ground, it'll also pull in enemies, very similar to Corpse Tendrils. So it's not as required, to put that on your bar. You have another way to kind of get that effect. Another thing I didn't put on the slide that I want to call out with Golems that'll make players happy. Golem now, while you're CC'd or at any time, when you activate it, it's going to make both your Golem and you unstoppable. Ooh. So now you have another source of unstoppable on the Necromancer for minion builds, which I think will make players really happy.
Yeah, it's like buddy cop situation.
You and your buddies going and taking people out.
That's right, I love it. Yeah.
That's awesome for a Golem-mancer build for sure.
Yeah. So next, like I was saying before, flat damage effects, dust devils, and earthquakes are going to be your friends now. So before, these legendaries did not scale very well. And what I mean by that is that the damage that they did was fixed. So if you got like a dust devil or earthquake or whatever, you got that legendary at like level 25, the damage that it did was just a number, and that number didn't really go up with you or scale with you in a meaningful way. Now, under the hood, all of these things are going to be scaling based off your weapon damage, which means that these things will scale with you as a player and be much more viable now. And I believe we can zoom in on this example I give. So this one is Dancing Bolts. I'm actually running this legendary right now, my Lightning Storm Druid. So you can see that, it's the same legendary on each side. This is me just changing out my weapon while I have this legendary equipped. This is in Season 4, so you can see it does an amount of damage on the left, about 5,400 there. Now that number on the right, I didn't get a new legendary, I didn't change it, I didn't do anything except change my weapon, and that increased the damage that these Dancing Bolts are going to do. So when you get these legendaries now, they're going to scale with you and do quite a bit more damage and be punchy as you go into the late game. This is in addition to like tempering and other things, talking to these things, so you can actually itemize into making them more powerful as well.
And it's funny because there's some people I think that didn't catch, maybe they didn't catch the first part of the itemization, but they're looking at this second legendary, the new one, and they're going like, well, it's only got 3 stats or something. You should probably watch a recording of this.
Yeah, that's when it drops, not after you've done all your stuff on it.
There's a lot of itemization changes to make the items feel more valuable themselves in Season 4. So I recommend watching the recording just for people that may have missed the itemization or checking out our blog next week.
You can tap 2 more affixes on them. There you go.
Yeah, they got 5.
That's right.
All right, so last but not least is opening up designs. Like I talked about, one of our goals here, make things more generally useful, less restrictions. We can zoom in here to 2 examples. One is Azurath here on the left, a unique sword.
That is here.
So 2 things going on here. First, you can see before, it was that your core skills have a chance to freeze enemies and deal a bunch of damage to them. On the right, we've removed the core skill requirement, and now any of your skills can have a chance to freeze enemies. So this means you can use it on like charge and other similar things like that, where, maybe you want to make a build around something that's not a core skill to proc this, you totally can, or it's just going to proc more often and you just play normally. Second thing you'll notice is on the left it says Barbarian only. We just removed that restriction. So now any class that can use a sword can use Azurath. Again, we're just trying to look for places where there was restrictions, and when we can, we're just removing them. Next one is Opportunist. This one I'm really excited about on the Rogue. I think I'm going to play a Rogue this season. So on the left is the old version, where it says when you break stealth with an attack, you can drop stun grenades, right? And then those grenades deal damage and stun enemies. On the right, we've removed a lot of these restrictions and made it more useful. So now it's when you enter or break stealth, and you don't need to break stealth when you attack. So anytime that you cast stealth or go into stealth, you're going to get 2 sets of these, and it's just going to be when you go in and out, and you just get stun grenades. You also notice that this is a tuning thing, but the stun duration on stun grenades has been buffed. It's a second now. And then we also did a thing that I'm really excited about here, where every single stun grenade legendary will increase the damage of your grenade skills, and all of them are going to have this. So if you want to make a stun grenade build, if you collect, the 4 or 5 of these legendaries that kind of combo together, every one is going to incrementally increase your grenade's damage as well, to a point where they'll be doing a lot more meaningful damage in your build. All right, last but not least, we've got hardcore updates. So for you hardcore players, Elixir of Death Evasion is being removed from the game. It's dying, and it's not coming back, just like you will in hardcore. We've also redesigned the Flame Shield enchantment. So before, it used to be a cheat death mechanic, where when you took fatal damage, it would, proc and save you. Now it's going to automatically activate when you lose a certain amount of life, and then it has an internal cooldown on that. So we've heard from the community kind of loud and clear. They really want hardcore to be hardcore, and so we're going to deliver on that. Now you actually have to be careful. The Sanctuary is a very scary place, and you won't have those fail safes to keep you alive anymore. And finally, PTR feedback. So like we mentioned before, we're going to be looking at the PTR feedback very carefully. Please let us know what you think. The class team is particularly excited about what's working for you and what's not working for you. When you're kind of tuning your feedback and typing it to us, we're really looking at things like tuning and balance. We know that things are going to be pretty wacky in this brave new world that we're going into. We're also looking for what changes really made the game more fun to you. You're going to see a lot of them, a lot more than what I presented today. We really want to know what changes we did, maybe didn't hit the mark, and why. You know, maybe we didn't go far enough, or this thing could have been way better with just a small tweak. And then last but not least, we want to know what would you like to see that didn't make it in, right? We're forever going to be updating this game, and we really want to know, you know, a lot of these changes are coming from your feedback, like, you know, flat damage scaling, unstoppable coming on the golem for necromancers who've been wanting more sources of it. You know, what other things are you seeing that, you know, have always kind of bugged you or have always been kind of a pain point that you would like us to change? And we'll be looking for that feedback. So yeah, that's pretty much everything we got for classes. Thanks everybody again.
Yes, so
we're excited.
There is like ton of information for classes, and it's funny because everyone's treating this PTR feedback slide.
Jetzt haben sie 10 Minuten gebraucht oder so.
No, there's more. There's a lot more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He hasn't even gotten started yet.
As the chat calls it, Joe Pipe, Rap God, has not spoken yet. So he will be talking here now about endgame specific items.
Sure, thanks. So a couple things I want to talk about first. We're going to talk about some new content stuff in just a minute, but there are some other things that are also changing at the same time. You'll see on the PTR, we've made adjustments to world tiers, and that we've changed the XP modifier that you get for opting into certain world tiers. So, so the reason why we're doing this, we want to get players to endgame a little bit faster. So we've made an adjustment where World Tier 2 now goes, instead of giving you 20% bonus XP, it gives you 50% bonus XP. World Tier 3 now gives you 150% bonus XP as opposed to the 100% you got before. And then World Tier 4 gives you 250% bonus XP instead of the 200% that you got before. So again, we want to get players into the space where they're getting a chance to play with these new items. They're getting a chance to see some of the new content we're going to be talking about in just a minute. And experience more of the end game and have a little less emphasis on the level up process being like a lot longer as it is today. So this is our stated intent. We want more players to be able to reach level 100. We want them to get more of these level 925 items. We want them to start seeing more greater affixes. We want them to engage in tempering and masterworking, and we want them to see everything else the game has to offer. We want to make sure that we're removing some of the restrictions and making that possible, and we're continuing to think about that as we move forward. This is just all of the things we're talking about today are just one more step on the journey of Diablo 4. We're going to continue, as Adam already called out, to continue to make the game better based on feedback and just continue to add more cool stuff that we think is great for the game, and that also that we're hearing from our player base, our community, would be really, really great for the game experience. So with that quick little thing out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into the first major update we have planned that you get a chance to see on PTR. And that is we made a significant update to Helltide. Now, I think that everyone will remember that in Season 3, we made an adjustment to Helltide timing, where now they're basically up for 55 minutes out of every hour. There's a 5-minute gap between each Helltide experience. You know, and we think that that's great. Players are able to get better access to Forgotten Souls and all the gameplay there. But we also, like, looking back on Season 2 and, you know, the Blood Harvest regions where, you know, the armies of Lord Zir were marching across sanctuaries. We all recall from quarter 4 of last year, and, you know, capturing people and draining them of blood. You know, that was we thought that was a really fun, frenetic, like social experience in the overworld. Like it's just
auf jeden Fall besser an als die vorherige Helltide.
Save people and summon Bloodseekers as well along the way, and getting good rewards as you go. It was a fun experience. In Season 3, we had a different take on that idea with the form of Arcane Tremors, where players can go and engage in a number of different small activities and traps, and also managed to summon Heralds of Malthus in a group and go ahead and get more like tuning stones and more and governing stones and continue to like just get more rewards from that experience. And again, we thought that was pretty fun, right? So we wanted to take some of these ideas back to Helltide, and I'll be actually I think it might be even easier if we could just throw to Ruben potentially, who I think might actually be able to be in Helltide right now.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Looks like that's the case. So we want to take some of these ideas back to Helltide. Hello, yes, you're going to get destroyed. We want to take some of these ideas back to Helltide and make sure that our overworld, exciting, demonic invasion experience that players get to go through here is just more fun to engage with.
Was that just a giant hellworm belching a bunch of enemies at?
That was a giant hellworm belching a bunch of enemies up. So a bunch of things have changed. So one of the things that, let me dive in. So one of the things that we did is we add this new idea of a threat system. And now you'll see the eagle-eyed among you can look to the left of the minimap. Thank you, Ruben. Can look to the left of the minimap, and you'll see a horizontal bar. It's segmented in 3 pieces next to that kind of like half-completed pentagram there. As the players are killing demons in Helltide areas, they are slowly growing their threat over the course of the experience. And as they do that, they're going to find like more like ambushes. They're going to find more creatures coming and trying to kill them as they kind of like roll through the space. And they're gaining threat by doing anything. If they're opening tortured gifts, if they are killing regular monsters and elites, they're always earning more threat for the things that they do. The armies of hell are paying more attention. So as the player is going to go through this process, they are going to start feeling like more pressure as they go through the experience. Now, once the player is gotten towards the end of this, like they actually have, when the armies of hell have been fully alerted, you'll hear a tone, which I think we might actually hear soon potentially. I guess we'll have to see. But you'll hear a tone alerting you to the fact that the armies of hell are basically coming for your blood, right? They're coming for you at this time. And in that case, you're going to see that there's going to be a new creature type that's going to appear, which we'll be able to get to in just a second. Some of the other big changes that are happening in Helltide alongside this, while we kind of wait for some of this stuff to happen, is we have reduced the level requirement or the world tier requirement for Helltides. You'll start to see them in lower world tiers now, so they're a great way for you to level up. Okay, it looks like the forces of hell have been alerted. So now there's going to be it's going to be almost a little more of a holdout. More invasions and ambushes are going to start to occur at this time, and it's going to have a kind of cap-off event towards the end. We'll talk about as it arrives. But you can see right now that threat is draining while this event is occurring. So you've kind of like reached that maximum threshold. The minions of hell are coming for you. You're going to be
Das spawnt alles
kind of
neben
fighting
dir.
hard for this stuff.
Ach, wie
It's a great
geil.
way to get like
Oder
actual
ist es
lot of
das
elites.
Event?
Once this bar is drained once again, you can start building it up by, again, going out, doing more things inside the Helltide experience. You're going to get more opportunities for more senders and more of these ambushes again as time goes on. Looks like we're getting towards the end of this now. Oh, yeah.
Should be getting this Hellborn here.
Yeah, So yes, and now one of the Hellborn has managed to appear. Hellborn they're very much a similar creature to some of the Bloodseekers that we've seen in the past. These are adventurers who have fallen to the depravities of hell. They're now serving their infernal masters. They have great drops, like they'll drop like legendary equipment, and they will also drop summoning materials for Lord Zir moving forward. So there's more ways for you to get some of those mats as you go through the experience. And that's actually one of the other things that we did as part of our general updates is we kind of wanted to go through and do a pass to make it easier to find more of those boss summoning materials, like from doing like different kinds of content. So while obviously you can go to Helltides and open tortured gifts to get living steel pretty quickly, we want to make sure that there's like, if you find like a treasure goblin, there's a chance now that treasure goblin could drop a random boss summoning material. When you go and you open bounty caches or whisper caches at the end of a bunch of whispers runs, like in that situation, you'll also get a chance to get a random boss summoning material. And we find more opportunities through different parts of the experience in like local events, like when you're going and just finding events and you manage to complete the mastery objective of an event now, there's a chance for you to get a boss summoning material there. Even elites have a very, very low chance to drop some of these materials. And again, all to make it just a little bit easier to kind of like gain access to these bosses as you're leveling up and playing, even if you're not saying specifically in just Nightmare Dungeons to get Distilled Fear or something else, right? So yeah, I think those are going to be some pretty fun updates for the players. That's obviously
pretty
not
exciting.
everything.
Yeah.
So so another thing that we're doing as part of this is that we are adding a new boss. To the game. We're adding Andariel. So you can now fight Andariel. She is summonable by defeating
same
Beast
drop
and Ice
table
and
as
Lord Zir.
Duriel.
And she's got the same drop table as Duriel. So
Dariel,
we want to
schöner
make
Boss.
sure that players have a couple different ways to kind of gain access to these really, really powerful uniques that Duriel drops, but also for that shot at getting those uber uniques. without always requiring players to go back to those same places. So between opening up the options of how you gain access to materials you can use to go farm Uber Uniques a little bit earlier, to like now saying, hey, go do Nightmare Dungeons, go do some of this overworld content and Helltide content to gain access to Beast and Ice and Lord Zir, so you can go farm Andariel there. We think that's going to be like a really, really fun change. And Andariel is a really cool fight. I think we might actually have like a quick little shot of the summoning for Andariel, as we all know her and love her. There she is.
Wow. Cool.
She's back. She's tough. You know, it's
Ich mag
gonna be-
Andariel.
I want to say
be
the
fun.
fight's been updated too. It's
Yeah, the
not
fight-
exactly the same as what
Yeah.
you did before.
Yeah,
so.
the designer's been very excited about this fight and very excited about Andariel for a while, bringing her back into the equation. So yeah, she's gonna be a lot of fun to summon.
Oh, the Poison Nova class.
Yeah. Okay, enough Andariel. Enough Andariel.
All right, yeah.
People will see that.
Yeah,
We're on a timer, people. Okay, I got things to talk about still. Okay, but that's not even all the things that we're changing with regards to bosses. There's more stuff that we're doing as well. So one of the things that we're going to be talking about in just a minute is a new feature called the Pit. And inside the Pit, you're going to be earning Stygian stones you'll be able to use to summon higher level versions of all of these bosses as you go deeper into the experience. So we think this is extremely exciting. It provides another way for players to be able to like express their build strength, and going and fighting these bosses are going to provide much greater rewards. In fact, when you kill one of these new very powerful tormented versions of these bosses out there, they are going to give you one resplendent spark the first time you kill any of them. So of like all the ones that you can summon, the first time you kill one of them, you're going to get a resplendent spark for you to use in the future. Now, and that is not all that we're doing. Obviously, I mentioned the Pit. So if we could just go ahead and well, I guess we can talk about it. I can speak to it actually. Yeah. So we've been getting a lot of feedback from like our experience with the Abattoir of Zir. You know, so towards the end of season 2, we had this like really difficult like dungeon dive. We were going against again forces of Lord Zir inside this experience, and fighting Bloodseekers and kind of racing the clock. And when that was a pretty fun experience. We got a lot of really good information and feedback about how that really played out. We made a number of adjustments in the form of this new content type that we're calling the Artificer's Pit. And what it effectively is a way for players to go and once players have managed to complete a tier 45 Nightmare Dungeon, which is filled with like level 100 monsters, they're going to gain access to a quest that's going to like send them around the world looking for rune shards. And rune shards are just this new material that players will collect to open up Artificer's Rifts. And they drop from elite creatures, they drop all over the place. Like it's pretty easy to find, the materials you'll need to start this process. And when you have a number of them, you can bring them back to this obelisk in Karagar and kind of use that to like form your first pit run effectively. And there's hundreds of levels of this, and the monsters that you will begin fighting immediately are all like right at level 100. Do we have
we have a video of it.
Yeah, let's see what we got. So
Das war
have,
Video
Ruben-
gucken.
Perfect. Yeah, good. We have the live play.
With that awesome debug.
Yeah,
text,
there it
but
is. Yeah, with the awesome debug text. Everybody, it's PTR. Look forward. And we're talking about dev stuff right now. This is what it looks like sometimes. So, okay. So we see here that Ruben's coming here. He's already done the rift before. He's going to go ahead and just open up a tier 1
Itemization hört sich ganz
Artificer's
okay an.
Rift. And we'll see how this goes. So he's going to spend 1 rune shard to do this. That's going to open up right here in Karagar. And we're going to go. There's a little bit of a stacking issue there. Yeah, we're going to have that fixed too.
Keine Ahnung, wird
So
gerade
that's that feedback,
vorgestellt.
everybody.
Okay,
You're gonna
ich hab keine
dive into
Ahnung.
your first pit run. Now, each pit experience it's a randomized layout filled with random monsters. There's no nightmare affixes like
Rifts.
we have in or like afflictions like we have in Nightmare Dungeons. Instead, the players really like just pushing themselves up as against this timer as fast as they can, trying to complete it. So as you're going through this, you'll see it's very similar to a lot of the things that we did.
Genau die
in
gleichen
Abattoir
Rifts,
Zero.
die 1:1
You
aus
wanna make
Diablo
sure
3.
this is a quick, punchy experience as you're
Finde ich
playing
okay.
and you're killing monsters. You're not going to be getting any loot.
Ist ein
from the
gutes
drops.
Endgame-Kram.
That stuff's not here to slow you down. It's just about like pushing as hard as
Ist
you
okay.
can. Now, a couple of the major differences between what we've done in the Artificer's Pit relative to what we did in the Abattoir of Zir is first, in the Abattoir of Zir, when a player died while going through the experience,
haben auf jeden
they
Fall
were
den Timer
immediately
verkürzt,
ejected
das
from
heißt,
the
die
Abattoir of
Rifts
Zir.
werden
Their run
kürzer
was
sein.
over, in the case of death.
Anstatt
Here,
15,
we
10
want to allow for a
Minuten.
little bit more, a few more problems to occur, a few more errors, from the player as they're kind of going through.
Aber
So that every time
Wenn
you
es
die,
da
what
wieder
actually ends up
eine
happening is you
Ladder
add
gibt,
30 seconds to your timer.
bedeutet das am Ende
So
wieder
you're
Rift
less
Fishing.
and less likely to beat the timer.
Du musst den
And that's
perfekten
important.
Rift
At the end of the
bekommen
timer, you're not ejected from the pit. Like if you
mit
don't
den
actually manage to keep
perfekten
time with the
Monstern
timer.
und dem
You just don't
perfekten
get
Boss,
the mastery objective completion.
um
And the mastery is tied to
hochzuranken.
masterworking materials that you'll be using to go through the masterworking process for your items. In fact,
Mich juckt
the
das
pit,
nicht,
as
weil
Charles
ich nicht
referenced
so
earlier,
hoch ranke
is the
in der
place you
Regel.
need to go in order to
Aber,
obtain the
ja.
bulk majority of those masterworking materials. So while you can get to the end of the experience and you will get rewards for having defeated the boss by the
Hatte mal
by the
eine
end of the
Season,
pit
hatte
run,
ich
if
mal
you
in
don't
Diablo
manage to
3
finish the timer
versucht, ganz oben
you won't get
mitzuspielen.
access
Es
to those
war
materials. So why is
purer
this?
Hass.
So one of the things we recognize that we think is very unique to Diablo and to SARPGs in general is that a lot of times players are making like efficiency bets about how they choose.
Aber
to
mein
engage with
höchstes
content.
Ranking Ende
They're
der
deciding,
Season
okay,
156 gewesen
I
im
can kill
Kreuzritter.
monsters of this level fairly easily and without much risk.
Weiß gar nicht mehr,
How
Season
much
3
further
oder was
beyond
das
this
war.
level can I push in order to maximize the rewards I'm getting from the runs that I'm doing, and while also like maintaining good cadence and like
Das ist
managing
1:1
my risk.
dasselbe wie aus
And
Diablo
that's kind
3.
of like that fun sweet spot that we think works really
Finde ich
well.
ist okay.
You know, AOZ was meant to like tap into a little bit
Das
of this.
Crafty-
but
schau
also,
dir-
AOZ was designed to be an extraordinarily challenging piece of content from the get-go. Here, the pit
Wenn du
starts in a
willst,
somewhat more reasonable place.
da ist
If we
der Kram
understand that, like,
hochgeladen
tier,
automatisch. Ich
like,
tue da auch
tier
gerade auch
45 Nightmare
Livestream.
Dungeons are not, you know,
Da
the most
kannst du auch dann
challenging content in the
zurückspulen.
entirety of the game. It goes up much higher than that.
Bei 10
And the
Minuten
pit does
fangen
as
die
well.
an.
As the pick can go like well past
Ungefähr so 10,
tier
12
100,
Minuten
so you'll
fangen
be
die
fighting
an,
level 200 monsters, level 250
darüber zu
monsters as you
reden.
go deeper and deeper into the experience. So, okay, it looks like Ruben's making pretty good time.
Mit der
going through
Itemization, das
this.
geht ungefähr
I think we
40
saw
Minuten
earlier
alles.
that Ruben actually like jumped into
Was da
a
geändert
portal to
wird
move
und
to a
was
different
kommt.
area.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, you can't finish an entire pit run inside like that first area. You kind of are expected to like move on, but you also don't need to kill everything in either of these areas.
Es sind
Either.
halt
There's a good amount of creatures in both spaces.
1:1 Greater
You can,
Rifts
like,
aus
make up
Diablo
the
3.
time that you need.
Ist
You're
okay.
making pretty good time here though. Okay.
So the idea is to try and find
Absolut
that level
fine.
in the
Ist
pit
ein-
where you can go pretty efficiently and quickly, but where you're pushing hard so you can get better rewards.
Ist ja im Endeffekt
Right.
nichts
Okay.
anderes.
So Ruben did a great job.
Ah, es geht ein
Ruben. So you
Portal
managed
auf,
to- you managed
spawnt
to-
nicht einfach ein Boss.
Okay, let's not get too excited. All right, so now he's gonna go and he's gonna fight the boss in just a moment.
Oder geht er raus?
Now the second thing that's different about the
Besser als nichts stimmt, ja. Outlaw Sharpshooter.
There's different from what we've done in AOZ in the past. Is that occasionally during a pit run you're going to be confronted by another major boss or villain that you've seen. Like, you'll see their echo occasionally appear just for
Das
a moment to perform a big attack.
Ist
big
auf jeden
sweeping
Fall,
attack that you're gonna
okay.
have to like avoid or deal with while you're dealing with the boss.
Im
you're
Endeffekt
already
hast du
fighting.
bei
And
Last
this is
Epoch auch
happening
nichts anderes
throughout
gemacht
the
als
duration
Echos
of the pit as
gegrindet.
well. You know, and as you go deeper, you'll see this occasionally a little more frequently at the same time. So these are just another complication, like another thing that you're going to be thinking about while you're playing and trying to like remember the sorts of patterns.
Was ich jetzt
Eventually you'll fight.
habe ich
You'll
hier
see
drauf
a couple of
geachtet,
these
ist
appearing
Loot
as well.
gefallen im
You
Greater
know, so like
Rift
you'll be
oder?
dealing with that like that kind of pattern following as you play deeper and deeper into the pit.
Yeah,
I'll
so,
say
so it's kind of like Elias, for instance, like a shade of Elias.
Okay,
kind
Loot
of
Yeah,
like
so
droppt
droppt
am
just do an
Ende.
attack in the middle
A
of the
shade of
run.
Lilith can
Pit,
appear.
ja.
Right?
Yeah,
Shade of
Lilith
Nacht,
also
Banshee.
appear,
Yeah,
which is
so
pretty cool.
these are definitely tough.
Und,
tough
schlaf
things as you go
gut
deeper and
und
deeper, and
eventuell
eventually
bis
you
morgen
might see a
früh
couple of
wieder.
them as well in combination.
Ich
So,
würde
okay,
mich
so
freuen.
here, Ruben
Ich
killed
denke mal,
the
dass ich
boss,
bis
got a
spätestens 8
number of
Uhr
different
online
drops.
bin.
There's a bug in this version
Morgen
we're looking at
früh
right now
gibt's
where the
WoW.
items are dropping are not actually ancestral, but that's not the case when
Da
the players
spielen wir
are
mal ein
playing
paar
with
Stündchen
PTR.
WoW
You
und
all
dann
see
gehen wir
ancestral
wieder in
items
Far
as the
Cry rein.
rewards for killing the boss here at the end. And then after that, when you open the chest, you're going to see that there's a bunch of obdusite that popped out of it, which is a masterworking material. You know, I think he got 5, you know, from the first run. So as you go deeper in the pit, there's basically 3 tiers of masterworking materials that you're going to be able to earn through. So there's the obdusite, there's the ingolith, and then there is the neath iron. So these are available as you go deeper and deeper into the pit experience. I think obdusite right now is like tiers 1 to 20. You know, you'll be getting like amounts of obdusite. As you go from like 21 to 40, you get amounts of ingolith, and as you go to neath iron and beyond, as you go into like 40 and beyond, you start seeing more and more neath iron. And these things can also be like condensed down to lower level materials if you need them for resetting a masterwork item starting at a lower level.
So you don't have to go back to the low level.
No,
you can
no,
stay
no.
at the high.
You can stay at a higher level.
Train it, yeah.
But to be clear, if you want to get to that rank 12 masterworking, really the best possible items, you do need to be pushing deeper levels of the pit. You
Yeah,
can't
for
just
sure.
continually farm level 1. You want to push to that efficiency bet that you said. Push yourself to your limit to get the most materials per hour, and just really fight that hard content to get the best items.
That's correct. So yeah, if you want to go through that process and like really get those the best items available for your build, you're going to want to go through the masterworking process, maybe even probably more than once, almost certainly more than once, right, to get the absolute very, very best items. So we think the pit's gonna be it's a really fun experience. It is it's very extendable, so it goes pretty deep for players. And again, as you're going and getting these Stygian stones as you play, like as you get deeper into the experience, you're gonna get those. You're gonna get the ability to go fight those level 200 tormented versions of these bosses. So like a level 200 tormented version of Barshan, and so on and so forth. All of these bosses have a higher chance to drop uber unique item as well. So now there's even more reason to want to go get some of these creatures on farm, and they have better drops. They more prolific in terms of the drops. They drop many more items as you're going through this. So these are going to be huge challenges for players to go and try to chase. Again, just in season 4. So that's like the current look at some of the things we're working on right now.
Yep.
That we're currently very excited about.
Yeah. So
on the content side. Right?
Yeah. We're an hour and a half in of all the content that we just walked through with season 4. And as Adam had mentioned earlier, we haven't even gone through all the class updates. You guys will actually see that. There's a lot more. You guys will actually see that next week. Normally, we do have a blog and patch notes kind of available like a day or two after a campfire chat. I am asking the community if it's okay if we give it to you guys next week, because the only reason why is that they're huge and we actually need to make sure that we get all the information in there. You guys will have it well before the PTR actually starts, and we will actually have a blog kind of going through all the details of this actual campfire chat, as well as the giant list of patch notes for the PTR, which again will begin on April 2nd, run for a week. On PC Battle.net, and we'll have instructions of how to actually get into the PTR, download the client, and everything from that end as well. So I know we always end our campfire chats with a Q&A session.
Yep.
So we do want to make sure that we do a Q&A session right now. So if you guys have questions, please use Twitch chat.
I can't imagine there's any questions.
No,
So,
we covered
imagine
everything,
this,
right?
covered it all.
I thought it was a perfect
All
explanation.
We did ask earlier this week on the forums if if anyone had any specific questions, and so we can actually tee up a question while people are populating questions in chat. So we'll start off with one that we have here from the forums. This is from Iggy. What will happen to current items after this rework? Because obviously we're now changing a lot of things from our past items going to
Q&A
season 4.
is
So all of the items that you currently have on your characters or on the Eternal Realm will be flagged as what are called
das
legacy
Q&A, das machen wir
items.
nicht mit.
And this means that they are not
ist
able
egal, wir haben
to
das
interact
Wichtigste alles
with the new
mitbekommen. Ich
systems
finde, das
of
ist okay.
tempering or masterworking.
Ansonsten
They'll
werden wir
continue
die
to function
Tage
as they
eine
are. So that
Zusammenfassung
they're not going to
von
break,
Jesse
they're not going to be
anschauen oder
rerolled
sonst
or
wie.
changed in any way. They're just kind of saying,
Ja
hey,
genügend
this was an
YouTuber,
item
die
that,
da Content
in
hochladen
the old
zu
system,
und
but if you
wir
want to
wechseln
engage
jetzt
with the
erstmal
new systems and
Far
find
Cry.
those greater affixes and temper all the cool new affixes onto it and do masterworking, of course, you're going to need to go out and find new items.
Yeah.
Yep.
There
Genau,
is a
kommt erst
question
Mai.
from Toast and Pen, Eternal Realm, what's new? Everything we just talked about. Everything we just talked
Everything's
about,
Eternal,
Toast and Pen,
so.
is going to be available in the
Genau. Gut, das hört sich auf jeden Fall alles gut an, finde ich. Das mit den Greater Rifts, dass sie das jetzt bis zum Ende aufgehoben haben, fand ich ganz gut. Das ist auf jeden Fall wieder so ein Ding, wo wieder halt im Endgame nochmal was gibt. Klar, es ist jetzt aufgewärmt, aber Gulaschsuppe schmeckt, also Gulasch schmeckt ja aufgewärmt auch gut. Und die Greater Rifts waren jetzt aus Diablo 3 nicht das Schlechteste. Die haben Spaß gemacht, bist da reingegangen, hast da deine. Vor allem ist das halt nicht so ewig. Ich liebe auch Gulasch, aber ja. Es sieht gut aus. Wir schauen uns den ganzen Kram an. Ich werde Season 4 spielen. Und ja. Also Leute, im Kalender ankreuzen, Diablo 4 im Mai. Mal gucken, was noch kommt, mal gucken, was zu schaffen, mal gucken, was das wird. Ich muss mal gucken, ob ich eine Liste finde, welche Unix dazukommen. Ich habe eben gesehen, Einmal Tyraels Macht und das Unique von Zauberer. Ich habe ja früher in Diablo 2 sehr, sehr gerne Zauberer gespielt. Fireball Frostorb oder sowas. Oder eine Blizzsorg. Diese Möglichkeit wird mir jetzt wieder gegeben. Da ich zum Beispiel einen Frostorb spiele. Also, abwarten, Tee trinken und ich denke mal dass die meisten Diablo 4 besitzen. So, ich bin mal kurz AFK. Ich werde euch kurz das Video anschauen. Muss noch kurz was klären. Auf nach Yara, Leute. Auf nach Yara. Weiter geht es. Auf nach Yara. Ja. Leute, wie fandet ihr denn den Campfire Talk? Ja, alles eingestellt? Ist alles richtig? Heute Mittag steht auf Far Cry. Ja. Alles richtig eingestellt. Gut.
Endlich etwas Spaß.
Haben wir noch einen Buff? Oh ja, noch 1 Stunde 55 Minuten. Gut. Alles klar, wo müssen wir denn hin? Wir sind hier. Denn die Mission haben wir fertig mit dem Hahn. Die haben wir fertig gemacht. Universität, was haben wir denn noch? Iranische Geschichte. Das ist Rambo und das ist... Alles klar, militärische Ziele haben wir einige. Warte, wo gucken wir denn mal? Gehen wir hier oben noch ein bisschen her, oder? Oder hierher? Hier die Straße entlang, nach da. Ihr sagt mir aber immer noch hier, dass hier ein... Irgendwo fehlt hier ein Kontrollpunkt. Aber wo? Keine Ahnung, schon einen Moment nochmal. So, wieder da. Jetzt legen wir los. Okay, wo wollten wir hin? Wir wollten suchen, wo... Also. Hey, wo ist denn hier der Kontrollpunkt, Leute? Könnt ihr mir das sagen? Hier? Nee. Kontrollpunkt. Ja, ich habe keinen Plan, Leute. Alle haben 2 Kontrollpunkte, außer da? Kontrollpunkte 5. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Hier könnte. Danach musste ich das Haus aufladen. Wir gehen hier gucken.
Junge, komm schon. Kontrollpunkt. Vorsicht.
Räuberdraht, die Ratten alle.
Okay. Vorsicht, Danny. Ein Ingenieur. Schlüssel bin ich gut.
Der ist uns. War das der Punkt? Ja, der Punkt da unten ist. Ja, ein bisschen strange, gell? Nee, gehört hier oben zu. Aber wird aber da vorne kein Kontrollpunkt sein, oder? Und es hat Boom gemacht.
Oh, Mierda. Sag mir, was du weißt.
Dani, wir haben von einer Vorratslieferung erfahren. Sei zuerst da. Wir könnten die Vorräte echt gebrauchen.
Hier vorne ist noch eine Kiste.
Okay, los!
Hier ist kein Kontroll. Junge, Junge, wo ist denn der Kontrollpunkt, Leute? Da? Nee, nie im Leben, oder? Egal, ist hinten eh nicht. Hm. Tage.
Ah, freundliches Gesicht.
Was hast du für mich?
Ich habe die Flugabwehr...
Ahnung. Verspa. Er will mir da hinten wieder irgendwas andrehen. Mal hin. Entschuldigung, wenn ich hier gerade ein bisschen Off-Talk mache. Ich muss kurz Sachen mit meiner Freundin bequatschen.
Hey, ich
war
habe
heute ein
von einer
strammer Tag.
Flugabwehranlage erfahren.
Dadurch, dass der ich um 19 Uhr anfangen musste zu streamen.
Kira sieht ja, damit du sie
Wegen
zerstören kannst.
Diablo. Fehlt ein bisschen was, wo ich noch mit meiner Freundin bequatschen muss. Deswegen seht ihr einfach mal meinen Kopf überschwenken. Aber keine Sorge, ich bin voll im Fokus. Ihr seht, bin ich voll im Fokus. Sascha. Erst war mit der Karre abgestürzt. Wegen seiner Klippen. Dafür, da ich total im Fokus bin. Alter Vater, ey. Oh Mann, ey. Einmal bitte klippen, danke. Wo ist der Truck? Oh, der ist weitergefahren, oder was? Ach, scheiße.
Con calma.
Ist dir bequem?
Das nicht wahr sein.
Ja.
Sei verdammt nochmal still. Die hören dich noch.
Bin nochmal geklaut.
Was war da dann? Der ist straight in mich reingeballert.
Wo ist denn mit der Karre hin? Boah, geil. Leute.
Hey,
Was kannst
hier
du mir
drüben.
sagen?
Hey, ich habe von einer Flugabwehranlage erfahren. Ich markiere sie dir, damit du sie zerstören kannst.
Danke sehr.
Alles cashen. Gut an. Außen mir denn die Flugabwehranlage markiert? Ja, was hat denn die mir markiert? Oh wow, da oben. Auf Flugabwehr Castillo Prime. Da haben sie mir markiert. Das haben wir hier. Codename Ibis. Also gut Speed drauf, ey. Oh ja, man kann Rollpunkt.
Ein Kontrollpunkt. Ich muss aufpassen. Augen auf da. Säcke.
Mine. Spezialeinheit. Konya. Aber auch.
Wie geht's dir?
Alles. Alles.
Hola, ich will mit dir reden, Dani. Bald kommt eine Vorratslieferung. Sei der Erste am Übergabeort und schnapp sie dir.
Danke sehr.
Alles klar. Dann darüber, Leute. Hat mir da schon Totenkopf an.
Scheiße. Die Guerilleros da brauchen Hilfe. Scheiße. Panzer.
Das funktioniert nicht.
Scheiße! Check das mal!
Du könntest dich verstecken.
Hammer, sehr schön. Und sag mal, ab darüber. Ganz schön viel von denen los. Oh, die Militärbasis. Ich würde sagen, ist der komplette Sound zu?
Tengo que encontrar al culpable.
Uiuiui, war das knapp.
Du hast keine Chance. Ich liebe auf. Vorsicht, hier ist es nicht sicher. Revisa el área. No estamos solos. Geht nachsehen. Los!
Wer ist da?
Alter, wie konnten der mich sehen? Hier nur der eine? Ja, nur der eine.
Scheiße!
Finger, er kann nicht weit sein. Findet ihn. Finger!
Was ist was los hier?
Dani, du suchst nach einem Cat-TG. Bevor du fragst, er gehörte meinem Vater. Ein richtiges Stück Familiengeschichte. Angeblich wurde ich auf dem Rücksitz gezeugt.
So viele Infos brauche ich gar nicht.
Dann erzähle ich dir eine andere Geschichte. Es war einmal ein Mädchen, das davon träumte, die berühmteste Straßenrennfahrerin zu werden. Doch ihr Vater wurde krank. Also arbeitete sie stattdessen in der Werkstatt der Familie. Eines Tages kam ein zauberhafter Guerriero und erfüllte ihr diesen Traum, wofür sie sehr dankbar war. Ich will nur mein Happy End, Dani.
Yami, jetzt steht nichts mehr zwischen mir und dem Wagen.
Ich vermute, der steht in einer Garage. Halt die Augen offen.
Oh, da steht er.
Yami, ich habe den Wagen und bin unterwegs.
Ich wusste, du schaffst das. Oh, du kannst ihn behalten.
Wirklich? Aber du hast gesagt, er ist Familiengeschichte.
Meine Eltern hatten in dem Ding Sex. Ich will ihn sicher nicht zurück. Außerdem hast du mir einen Gefallen getan und stehst trotzdem in meiner Schuld. Na, wie habe ich das eingefädelt?
safe kommt mir gleich ein Panzer entgegen. Der ist tot.
Der Truck.
Ja, okay, kaputt machen wollte ich den jetzt nicht, aber...
Clara, ich bin bei der Universität. Hier sind sehr viele Soldaten.
Das Militär hat die Schulen geschlossen und die Rektorin als Geisel genommen. Das war meine Alma Mater, Dani. Rette sie.
Bin dran.
Oh. Ja, welche aber. Ich sehe keinen einzigen.
Du versteckst dich nicht. Ingenieur gesichtet. Geisel. Okay, pass bloß auf, Dani. Versuch mal Verstärkung zu rufen. Gaswerfer. Na toll.
Zwei. Einer noch. Der wird weiter oben sein. Über mir.
Sonny im Einsatz. Könnte nützlich sein.
Das ist denn der letzte Alarm?
Algún día voy a poder irme de este lugar y dirigir mi propio pelotón. Algún día.
Oh, sehr schön. Ah, geschafft, ohne Alarm auszulösen. Oh, ein Ticken schwieriger.
Hey, hey!
Que bola?
Anscheinend gibt es im FND-Lagerzentrum zu wenig Personal. Die betteln ja quasi darum, dass wir das Teil ausräumen, oder?
Danke dir.
Und einen wunderschönen guten Abend an alle frisch dazugeschalteten.
Que voilà! Suchst du was Bestimmtes?
Nee, ich geh jetzt erstmal durch in Toulouse, nee. Im Endeffekt nur gekillt.
Das haben die Soldaten bestimmt irgendwem geklaut. Uah, zum Glück ist das Ding verpackt.
Ah, jetzt noch hier drüben gucken. Aber alles, oder? Da ist die Stadt. Oh, okay. Ja, da vorne hin. Das gibt doch keinen, oder? Da uns ist eine Kiste. ist doch direkt an der Ecke hier. Hier, unter mir. Ach, hier ist ein Bunker oder so. Ja, wie kommen wir denn hier rein?
Hier muss ich gut aufpassen.
Alter. Scar, danke für dein Follow. Erschreck mich doch mal.
Draußen.
Junge, habe ich gerade einen Herzinfarkt bekommen. Ja.
El incumplimiento de pedir aprobación al considerar viajar es una infracción criminal. Planifiquen correctamente para evitar un accidente.
Hier. Hä? Ein Alkohol am Steuer, mein Freund, da hinten.
Klingt, als würde das Militär etwas Gutes in Bunker 2 verstecken.
Die Kommandantin wird mich befördern, wenn sie das sieht.
Komm ich gar nicht rein.
Sabias palabras de nuestro presidente Anton Castillo.
Seid ihr wahre Iraner?
Ja.
Mist. Da bleibt nicht viel Zeit. Oh ja. Die Klappe ist der Eingang.
Wir danken allen, die in unserer Landwirtschaft arbeiten. Vivido ist unser Geschenk.
Wo führt ihr hin? Sieh mal an. Sie verstecken unsere wahre Geschichte. Oder verbrennen sie.
Was ist das? Ein Bildschirm.
Angebaut, um das Wundermittel Viviro herzustellen. Dieses Medikament spürt Milliarden in unsere Wirtschaft und macht uns
Nettes Büro.
Aber falsche Jaraner wollen, dass wir scheitern und sie schrecken vor nichts zurück. Wir müssen sie finden, festnehmen und ihre gerechte Strafe zuführen. Denn das Paradies muss beschützt werden. Ich, General Forsaken.
Oh, scheiße. Sowas will ich auch. Kann schon verstehen, warum sie das verstecken wollten.
Alter,
Jetzt
was
gehört
ein
es mir.
Bunker. Leck mich am Arsch. Hallo, guter Frank. Danke für deinen Lurk und vielen Dank für deine 5er-Serie. Vielen Dank. Oh, wie komme ich hier wieder raus? Schalter irgendwo? Okay. Kurz abgehakt. So, bin ich wieder.
Tut mir leid. Offizielle Libertad-Angelegenheit.
Klar, ist ja nicht so, als würde ich es brauchen.
Guckt der denn da die ganze Zeit hinter mir?
Hier ist es gefährlich.
Hier wird noch gebaut.
Hey Clara, was würdest du sagen, wenn ich dir erzähle, dass ich einen Außenposten einer Panzerdivision gefunden habe?
Ich würde sagen, klau ein Panzer.
Das wird ein Tag nach meinem Geschmack. Ich sehe dich, Ingenieur.
Über mir.
Ich sollte mir den Panzer schnappen. Schlüssel.
Okay, hier ist keiner.
Coño!
Noch mehr Leichen. Jemand macht Jagd auf uns.
Wenn Soldaten bei der Arbeit gesehen werden, ist es die Pflicht eines jeden Iraners.
Attention, mehrere Tote. Schwärmt aus! Entendido!
Panzer! Coño.
Oh! Nur einer. Aber der Panzer ist kaputt, scheiße. Ist das schlimm, oder? Ein Alarm aus.
Wir haben eine Flugabwehranlage gefunden, Danny. Es wäre eine Schande, wenn damit was Schlimmes passieren würde. Ich habe sie dir auf deiner Karte markiert.
Gracias, gracias.
Okay. Wir brauchen halt noch einen Panzer, gell? Hallo, ja, ich komm schon.
Du! Ja, du!
Und, was hast du?
Danny, die Armee versucht, unsere Bewegung mit einem ihrer Kontrollpunkte einzuschränken. Wir müssen ihn zerstören.
Sehr nett von dir.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Ein Esperanza zeigt ja mir die Kontrolle. Komm schon durch. Kann durch können?
Alejandro sollte besser bald gehen, wenn er weiß, was gut für ihn ist.
Ja. Alejandro. Mal rein in die gute Stube. Aber über den Zaun? Nee, das ist nichts. Ich muss meine Brille mal sauber machen, ey. Sehr dreckig. Denkt mir schon die ganze Zeit, warum hat das Game Nebel? Nettes Auto. Da sind wir einfach, ey. Zack.
Augen auf! Wir wissen nicht, wie viele es sind. Findet...
Oh. Ja.
Castillo.
Okay, jetzt müssen wir da.
Yara wurde schon immer als Kronjuwel der Karibik bezeichnet. Unser Volk hat diesen Namen für Generationen mit Stolz getragen. Aber vergesst nicht, das ist alles, was die Kolonialherren sehen. Ein Juwel, ein Objekt, das sie besitzen, verkaufen und kontrollieren können. Von den Conquistadores über die Yankees zu den Sowjets. Die Kolonialherren haben...
Wäre hier nicht irgendwo noch ein paar Dirsche? Genau, da. Hier. Was rein gibt mir den?
Scheiße. Ein Keuwolf. Ich sehe dich. So viel zu den Keuwölfen.
Aftergloten, falsch. Gute Stange Dynamit. Dann kriegst du alles klein. Oh, testen.
Ja? Da was?
Zack. Oh, ne. Oh, der wollte nur auf Toilette. Die arme Socke. Oh, tut er mir leid. Oh Leute, falls ihr euch wundert, warum ich hier so durchmarschiere. Ich habe schon einmal durchgespielt und deswegen habe ich vieles an Waffen und so. Wenn ihr wissen wollt, mit was ich für Waffen spiele. Also haben wir die SKS. Ist ein Vierergewehr. Hier die. Sonst recht gute Waffen sind die MS-16. Mit der habe ich sehr, sehr lange gespielt. Auch ein sehr gutes Gewehr. Also ich persönlich finde Gewehre halt Einzelschuss. Kann ich am besten mitarbeiten. Ja, und ein Scharfschützengewehr. Die MBP 50. Sehr tolles Teil. Und der El Caballero. Also, der hat mir bisher 100.000 Mal schon den Arsch gerettet. Der Granatenwerfer, das ist keine Ahnung. Ist einfach der beste Granatenwerfer, den es gibt. Finde ich. Dadurch, dass er 6 Schuss hat. In den Orbit ist natürlich auch ein extrem starker Raketenwerfer, aber ich finde halt den Granatwerfer sehr, sehr stark. Schrotflinten sind auch ein paar gute. Oh, alles getestet. Ich kann ja mal gucken. Eventuell ein anderes Speed mit anderen Waffen spielen, aber das ist noch schwieriger. Okay. Kann halt nicht wirklich gut mit Nahkampf. Obwohl man halt die KSG schon umstellen. Ah, ja. Was für mich am Ende wichtig war, ist von der Ausrüstung. Die Schuhe. Du bewegst dich schneller, wenn du geduckt bist. Mega. Also das komplette Set ausrüsten, aber ich weiß halt nicht, was Assassins-Set komplett Dark Tech, was haben wir, Überwachungskameras, so wie automatische Schüsse, brauchen Lenk. Was ist denn die Was ist ein Assassin? Ne? 3. Ich habe so viel Dreier. Hero, die Waffen. Gegner werden schneller markiert. Buschmesser. Kann es sein, dass ich die Angler? Bei tödlichen Kopfschüssen hältst du die Munition? Da, ich habe keine Muni-Probleme. Aber eher das hier. Was habe ich denn an der Brust hier? Die Verteidigung gegen Sprengung. Weichzielgeschosse wird erhöht. Was haben wir denn noch alle? Die habe ich noch nicht, okay. Verteidigung gegen Sprengung und panzerbrechende Munition wird erhöht. Weichzielverteidiger, Durchschlagsverteidiger, Sprengverteidiger. Oh, die ist auch gut hier, die. Generell, Tiere greifen Spieler nur an, wenn sie provoziert werden. Deine Ausdauer regeneriert viel schneller. Ja, brauchen wir gar nicht nach der Dreier zu gucken. Aber mit den Hosen hier. Da habe ich bei weitem noch nicht. Könnte man mehr auf Defense gehen, aber ja. Und haben wir bei den Händen, haben wir für Arzt ist der viel schneller wieder verfügbar. Ja, schon sehr auf den Arsch gerettet. Gibt viele Sachen, also man kann seinen Spielstil da anpassen. Warum bin ich ja jetzt hochgekrabbelt? Da war das. Hä? Wow. War da oben was? Irgendwas? Ich hab hier rein. Alles zu mal nach oben. Nee. Und sagt ja mal 114 Meter in die Richtung. Oh, Wartungsschacht. Unter mir. Da ist der Wartungsschacht. Oh. Mal da runter. Hört ihr es? Unten. Da hinten.
Da ist der Computer. Mal sehen, wie gut ich als Hacker bin.
Irgendwo läuft hier noch einer rum. Einer, der die Schüsse gehört hat. Oben? Alter, die kommen safe da raus gleich.
Diese langsame iranische Bandbreite. Na bitte. Also raus hier.
Recibido. ¿Qué fue eso? ¡Cuidado! ¡Esta es peligrosa! Cualquiera que haya hecho esto lo va a lamentar. Lo lamentará mucho. ¿Piensas que te puedes esconder de mí?
Irgendwie aus der Tür gekommen, oder? Raus.
Hey, ich habe das Radar zerstört.
Meine Familie hat so ein Glück, dass du da bist, Danny. Wenn du José das Herz durchbohrst, dreh für mich einmal mehr um.
Mal geschafft. Wunderbar, Level 8.
Danny, wir treffen uns bei den Sussurro-Höhlen.
Du bist in der Höhle? Hast du Stunk im Lager oder sowas?
Nein, noch nicht. Komm einfach her, okay? Ich habe hier einen Notfall. Einen medizinischen, sozusagen. Einen medizinisch-mechanischen Notfall.
Wir gehen mit dem Heli darüber. Ist hier noch irgendwo einer? Ja. Warte. Hier erinnere ich mich gar nicht mehr dran.
Danny, wo bist du? Wir brauchen dich in Esperanza. Ahora.
Verstanden. Ich komme, Clara.
Komm hier hoch, Held! Heute ist es soweit. Du lernst mein neues Baby kennen. Diesel Daisy. Fütter sie mit Gasolina und sie gibt uns Diesel. Wenn wir den mit dem Schaum vermischen, haben wir Napalm. Napalm, Baby. Wir lassen José so hell brennen, dass man ihn vom Weltraum aus sehen kann. Öffne die Ventile und wir gucken, was passiert. Sei ganz zärtlich. Sie wird schnell nervös, wenn Fremde dabei sind.
Alles klar.
So ist gut. So gefällt mir das. Der Druck steigt. Jetzt die anderen Ventile.
Ich arbeite dran.
Ach so. Bleib dran. Es wird heiß. Meine heißblütige Daisy. Komm, eins noch.
Du brauchst Hilfe, Philly.
Oh. Da drüben, oder?
Jetzt kommt die Magie!
Nein, wir haben ein Problem. Ein großes Problem. Scheiße. Okay, Held. Dann lass uns mal ein bisschen zaubern.
Warum gibt es hier ein MG?
Okay, ich schmeiß Phillys Kram einfach auf seine Werkbank.
Philly?
Ja, Held!
Ich hab das Zeug.
Warum trägt Daisy eine Sprengfalle?
Manchmal müssen wir denen wehtun, die wir lieben, Held. Nachdem sie uns Napalm gemacht hat. Aber erst muss ich sie reparieren.
Mit einem Krokohelm.
Ja, das bringt die Philly-Magie in Gang. Das ist meine Daisy. Wahre Liebe.
Lass die Schweine nicht an Daisy ran, okay? Das Napalm ist fast fertig, hey! Nur fast? Daisy, mach so schnell wie kann! Heizt ihn weiter an! Lasst sie nicht auf den Laster schießen!
Ich arbeite dran.
Fast geschafft! Wir brauchen nur noch ein bisschen mehr Napalm!
sofort da.
Uiuiui.
Die schießen, als wollten die sich selbst in die Luft jagen.
Oh, das werden sie auch.
No, coño!
Ich muss den Wagen hier rausbringen. Kümmer du dich um Diesel, Daisy. Diese scheiß Soldados dürfen sie nicht anfassen. Gib Daisy einen Kuss von mir, Held.
Ay, coño. Philly, alles erledigt. Daisy ist...
Nein, lass das. Ich will mich so an Daisy erinnern, wie sie war. Sie hat dich geliebt und hat nur Gutes über dich gesagt.
Ach, okay.
Aber sie ist nicht umsonst gestorben. Sie hat uns mit endlosen Litern ihres süßen, feurigen Schweißes gesegnet. Und wir werden diesen Schweiß auf José regnen lassen und ihm beim Schmelzen zusehen. Wenn Daisy das nur erleben könnte.
Ich weiß. Mein herzliches Beileid, Philly.
Ist nur eine Maschine, Held. Krieg dich ein.
Der Vater.
Que vuelta, Philly.
Held! Ich habe gehört, dass du und Chorizo inzwischen ganz gut miteinander auskommt. Sehr gut. Ja, er steht auf so gefährliche Menschen. Aber du hast Wichtigeres zu tun. Besorg mir ein Militärflugzeug, okay? Die gibt's auf jedem Flugfeld. Oh, und eine Pitching-Maschine. So wie auf dem Baseballplatz.
Sonst noch was auf deiner Einkaufsliste, Philly? Soll ich dir noch ein paar Bierchen mitbringen?
Ich bin schon voll, wenn ich nur dran denk. Pass aber auf die Flugabwehr auf, wenn du in der Luft bist, ja? Es sei denn, du willst, dass man dir Feuer unterm Arsch macht.
Machst du so? Ja, aber nicht genau. Oh Gott, das war echt Alter, stell mal auf, ey. Was ist denn hier? Den scheiß Sound auf. Ja, der geht ja mal gar nicht. Okay, Flugzeug. Alles unten im Süden hier. Alter, Flyball. Echt? Was ist hier die List? Umgeritten? Was macht er denn da? Yo. Da kommst du aber nicht bei der Versicherung mit durch.
Vamos!
Fertig gekillt, Alter. Wow. 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 Jawohl.
Nimm sofort die Waffe runter.
Ein Wort, das droht, unsere Träume zu zerstören, ehe sie wahr werden. Das Wort ist
Ein Türkisch.
Clara Garcia und ihre Guerilla-Terroristen sind alles...
Ja.
Guten Tag.
Scheiße, das ist nicht richtig.
Ich
will den Parias schon nicht mehr Baseball.
Ich müsste mit den anderen Parias auf
dass
dem
die
Feld
uns
sterben.
Baseball ruinieren.
Luftunterstützung!
Wo sind die? Ah. Irgendwer hat da noch eine Granate geschmissen. Aber wer? Ja.
Los jetzt!
Scheiße. Truck.
Alles tot, ja.
Tiara wurde schon immer als Kronjuwel der Karibik bezeichnet. Unser Volk hat diesen Namen für Generationen mit Stolz getragen. Aber vergesst nicht, das ist alles, was die Kolonialherren sehen. Ein
Was ist denn hier?
Ein Objekt, das sie besitzen, verkaufen und kontrollieren können.
Die scheiß
Von den
Baseballmaschine.
Conquistadores über die Yankees zu den Sowjets. Die Kolonialherren haben unsere Insel ausgebeutet und manipuliert. Sie haben unsere Bodenschätze geraubt und unser Volk versklavt. Und nun, da wir das Wundermittel besitzen, unser Vivero, begehren sie das Juwel erneut. Aber dieses Mal wird es keine Kolonialherren geben, sondern Konsumenten.
Ich hinterfrage die Fili-Magie lieber nicht.
Okay, wollen wir da bekommen? Wo sind wir? Gib mir mal einen Moment. Was? 2600? Was? Hä? Ach, da oben haben wir auch noch ein Flugfeld.
Hi.
Hi.
Durch.
Na, hast du was für mich? Ich habe ja ein Level up gehabt. Ja. Ja, mehr Benzin. Und nochmal einen wunderschönen guten Abend an alle, die dazu geschafft. Freut mich, dass ihr da seid. Die werden gnadenlos überfahren, ey.
Gerade warst du doch noch da.
Scheiße. Das Flugzeug wird Philly genügen. Starte den Hangar damit.
Doch umgekehrte Steuerung. Ich merk's grad. Eieiei. Verkehr, Flugzeug. Ja. Ja, ich gucke mir nochmal die Steuerung genau an. Ja, da muss ich nochmal anfliegen. Das geht ja gar nicht so mit der Steuerung. Warum ist die Steuerung so blöd? Nicht abgestürzt, Leute, nicht abgestürzt.
Ah, es ist wunderschön, Held. Zeit für etwas Philly-Magie. Wir sehen uns im Lager.
Mhm.
Danny, wir brauchen dich wieder im Lager.
Was ist denn los?
Wir müssen unsere nächsten Schritte planen.
Okay, bin gleich da, Espada.
Danny, wir haben Informationen über José gesammelt. Der ist kurz vorm Durchdrehen.
Es wird also noch verrückter? Genau, was ich mir gewünscht habe.
Setz ihn weiter unter Druck.
Ich schaue bei der Finca Montero vorbei. Vielleicht kann ich helfen.
Auf einer Finca gibt es immer genug zu tun.
Netter Versuch, Clara. Aber du bist ein Stadtkind wie ich.
Wo ist denn die Finca Montera? Ach, ja. Ich Idiot. Da. Da war ich ja die ganze Zeit schon.
Schön, dich zu sehen, Danny.
Hallo. Du löst keine gegnerischen Annäherungen aus. Aua. Unten. Ja, noch 2 Minuten. Bis dahin haben wir da alles gesehen.
Sieh mal einer an. Danny.
Hola von Lola.
Okay. Oh, der ist noch dazu bekommen. Hier die 4-Stunden-Mission. Oh, ich brauche Rekruten.
Carajo.
Wie geht das jetzt weiter, Espada?
Hast du eine Idee?
Ihr hört nicht zu! Ihr hört nicht zu!
Halt deine Klappe!
Wir müssen die Tabakfelder angreifen.
Wir haben genug gehört, Singao.
Du willst das einfach zulassen?
Das ist überfällig, Danny.
Montero, Justicia.
Hört auf!
Dein Bruder ist ein Verräter.
Sie. Und er wird sein Leben lang versuchen, es wieder gut zu machen. Kannst du in den Spiegel schauen und deine Fehler zugeben?
Du zuerst, Camila.
Na schön. Ich habe Castillo gewählt. Ich wollte das nicht, aber das Viviro sollte uns ja alle reich machen. Mierda, ich habe gezweifelt. An euch allen. Ihr wart für mich keine Guerilleros. Aber Papa hatte recht. Man muss Vertrauen schenken.
Wenn ihr an José ran wollt, müsst ihr größer denken. Greift an, wo es weh tut. Seine Tabakfelder.
Das haben wir schon versucht.
Nein, alle seine Felder auf einmal. Lockt die Soldaten raus, die ihn schützen.
Nicht dumm.
Tja, zum Glück für uns plant viele immer voraus. Wir haben, was ihr braucht.
Gut, wir werden uns aufteilen. Gezielte Schläge, Kontrollpunkte, Wachposten, alles. Rein und raus. Dann greifen wir dieses Flugfeld an. Also, was machen wir denn noch hier? Dale! Yararnos hasta el final, Roberto. Hasta el final.
festhält, du kriegst meine größte Schöpfung zu sehen. Napalm Nino. Stahlvogel, Höllenfeuer, die Hoffnung des Westens, alles in einem.
Du bist das Ding geflogen?
Nein, niemals. Ich habe Höhenangst. Ich werde der Wind unter deinem Bauch sein. Moralische Unterstützung, während du José den Arsch aufreißt. Oh, Held. Du brauchst noch meinen Soundtrack. Viel Magie, Baby.
Oh, starten, gehe ich noch mal kurz auf Toilette. Oh, da bin ich wieder, mein Lieb. Warte. Hättest du ruhig einer da? Hallo?
Okay, Philly. Bin gespannt, was du so hörst.
Philly Magie, Baby.
Scheiße, Philly.
Guerilleros, seid ihr bereit? Ich will euch hören. Sanchez, bereit.
Torres, bereit.
Napalm Nino. Hier oben ist alles gut.
Serrano, bereit.
Ortega, legen wir los, verdammt.
Wir locken Josés Leute raus und der Luftstützpunkt ist ungeschützt. Dann schlagen wir mit allem zu, was wir haben. Machen wir sie fertig.
Ich muss irgendwann eine Steuerung machen. Ich kann nicht nach links und nach rechts. Hallo Günther, na?
Du bist eins mit Napalm Nino.
Oh, was war der Bombenauswurf?
Dieser Rhythmus, fühlst du ihn?
Heilige Scheiße, es funktioniert! Fili, du bist ein verdammtes Genie. Boom! Oh, wie geil, Fili. Ja! Wie findest du das, El Pequeño? Ich muss noch mehr verbrennen. Ja, verdammt!
Das ist... Ja, jetzt haben wir keine Maus mehr drin. Ne?
Ah, ja! Ich bin fast fertig. Oh ja, so viel zu Vivido. Jetzt bist du dran, José. Ich muss zum Flugplatz.
Ortega, wie sieht's bei dir aus? Ich sehe niemanden. Ich glaube, wir sind sicher.
Wir sind südlich des Stützpunkts, bereit loszulegen. Können wir mit dem Schießen anfangen, oder was?
Auf 3 Uhr. Feuer frei. Alpha das von links. Passt auf, wo ihr hinschießt. Position halten. Bewegt euch erst auf mein Kommando.
Ich greife die Nordflanke an. Die werden Augen machen.
Na los, Leute. Bewegung. Oje, wir brauchen Hilfe. Sind unter Beschuss. Bewegung, los. Rechts. Lasst euch nicht von ihnen einkesseln.
Er schießt die Wichser. Na los. Schießt mit allem, was ihr habt. Scheiße, wir werden überrannt. Wir sind abgeschnitten. Wiederhole, wir sind abgeschnitten.
Bleibt ruhig. Haltet euch an den Plan.
Alter, da geht die Post ab.
Espada, alles gut?
Sie! Und jetzt bewegt deinen Arsch her.
Unterwegs. Bin fast da. Wo ist denn unser kleiner General?
Einer unserer Guerilleros hat ihn im Kontrollturm gesehen.
Gut, dann gehe ich da mal hin.
Deckung! Bewegung!
Das war ja einfach, ich hätte nur hier hingemusst.
Hey, er ist nicht hier.
Coño. Sicher? Das kleine Arschloch könnte sich überall verkrochen haben.
Nein, er ist...
Hijo de puta.
Zu einem ganz besonderen Ort bringen. Wunderschön vor der Küste Jaras. Meine Privatinsel. Du wirst dich in die fantastischen Sonnenuntergänge und die warme Meeresbrise verlieben, während ich allen, die dir wichtig sind, in die durchgeschnittenen Kehlen pisse.
Fick dich.
Ich bin General José Castillo. Ich bin ein Jäger. Ich bin ein Löwe.
Ramon.
Ich hätte dich getötet. Aber so ist es besser, denn jetzt kann ich ganz Jahre deine Leiche präsentieren.
war nicht ohne. Der war nicht ohne, Leute.
Eine Million, wenn du sie tötest. 2 Millionen?
Iranische Zigaretten. Ich dachte, die kriegt man hier draußen gar nicht.
Anton liebt mich. Er schickt seine Truppen, damit sie jeden von euch Monteros dafür vergewaltigen und umbringen.
Ich sehe keinen Anton. Oder deine wahren Jarana-Freunde.
Weißt du, mein Papa gab mir diese Klinge, als ich 7 war. Brachte mir bei, sie zu werfen, wie man tötet.
Du siehst ihm sehr ähnlich. Sag mir, war noch genug von ihm da für eine Beerdigung?
Aber diese Klinge, sie sagt nicht gerade Militärmacht, oder? Du nahmst mein Land. Du nahmst meinen Papa. Und jetzt wirst du etwas geben.
Nos vemos, Napoleon el Pequeño.
Irgendwie ganz anders als früher.
Brava, Junge Chorizo.
Jandro ist fort. Schon wieder.
Ist seine Entscheidung.
Und Papa? Konnte er sich entscheiden? Hat er uns etwas gewinnen sehen?
Ihr hättet nie was gewonnen, wäre er noch hier.
Woher verdammt will die Königin von Libertad das wissen?
Ich weiß, dass er dir nie die Finca gegeben hätte. Oder das Lager. Aber sieh nur, was du erreicht hast. Espada, dich hat das Lager gebraucht. Du bist, was Libertad braucht. Du bist es, die uns hilft, Castillo auszuschalten.
Sie hat recht, Espada. Ohne Hilfe hat der Westen keine Zukunft.
Und Libertad hat keine Zukunft ohne den Westen.
Wir schütteln keine Hände. Wir trinken.
Auf die Monteros.
Auf die Zukunft.
Oh, geschafft, nice. Wunderbar. Oh, kommt wieder was.
Wenn du beichten willst, beichte.
Wieso sind wir hier? Du hast José doch nie gemocht?
Wieso?
Er war ein Arschloch.
Wieso?
Er war schwach.
Mein Papa sagte immer, Gott schenkt den Löwen den Sieg.
Klingt religiös.
Mi Papa liebte Jesus. Er sagte immer, Jesus wäre ein guter iranischer Präsident. Mi Anton, du darfst nie vergessen. Jesus war sowohl Löwe als auch das Lamm. Herrsche mit Stärke, aber zeige Verständnis für das Leid.
Und du glaubst das?
Als er ermordet wurde, mussten deine Großmutter und ich uns allein durchschlagen. Sie erzählte immer, wie besessen mein Vater von diesem Spruch war. Sie hasste ihn.
Wieso?
Weil er völlig falsch lag. Sei der Löwe und das Lamm? Nein, sie sagte, Anton, es gibt Löwen und es gibt Lämmer. Herrsche oder werde beherrscht. Ein Castillo ist der Löwe. Denn Yara ist voller Lämmer.
Du redest nie über sie.
Sie war immer stark, schlau, energisch, aber eine Frau in Yara. Und damals hatte sie die falsche Hautfarbe. Mein Papa war ein Lamm.
José war ein Lamm.
Wieso wir hier sind? Du bist ein Löwe. Und wir fressen die verdammten Lämmer.
So krank. So krank, Leute, so krank. Welche Militärpräsenz? Oh. Oh, direkt 2 Stufen hoch. Ei, ei, ei. Oh. Ei, ei, ei. Damit hätte ich jetzt aber nicht gerechnet, dass das 2 Stufen hochgeht. Aber okay.
Dani, der Westen schuldet dir seine Freiheit, aber wir müssen weiter an Fahrt gewinnen, oder die Revolution findet nicht statt. Maximas Matanzas und die Legenden sind da draußen und brauchen deine Hilfe.
Hab verstanden. Danke, Clara.
Jawohl. Was haben wir denn? Ja, wir nehmen ja, Mann. Ja, müssen wir morgen gucken. Weil, ich war jetzt Feierabend. Aber ich hätte gedacht, dass ich das heute noch schaffe. Aber ja, lief wunderbar. Ich sage auf jeden Fall mal vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen. Jetzt gucken wir noch, wo wir euch hinschicken. Denn auch so. Wohin schicken? Dahin, dahin oder dahin? Oder dahin? Ne, ich schick euch. Ha! Ey, genau, komm. Komm, ich schick euch wieder zu Jakob. Der freut sich. Er freut sich. Und dann geht's morgen früh weiter mit, ich werde wieder World of Warcraft spielen. Ansonsten gibt's auch wieder The Crew Motorfest. 1-2 Stündchen. Und danach gibt's dann wieder Far Cry. Bis, denke ich, so 15 Uhr. Dann gibt's Wocheneinkauf. Dann, keine Ahnung, mal gucken. Dann abends halt wieder weiter Far Cry. Vielleicht haben wir das Game bis Ende des Monats durch, aber ich bezweifle es. Also, vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen. Habt noch einen schönen Abend und viel Spaß drüben bei Jakob. Macht's gut. Ciao.
Der Ferrat, den 3. Tag in Folge. Danke für deinen Raid. Komm und dich und deine Zuseher war das Stream. Dankeschön. Was geht ab? Danke, 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 Ferrat. Wie war's bei euch? Leute, schaut's beim Ferrat vorbei. Shoutout kommt gleich. Oder, liebe Mods? Danke, Ferrat. Ich weiß das sehr zu schätzen.